dizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our
hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs & Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, team.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of IBC in Amsterdam. We are here live from the Maxon booth. We would like to welcome everybody present here as well as watching live. Thank you for joining us and hope you enjoyed day 1. We have got exciting day 2 as well. And kicking off day 2 is Amin Farah, who is coming back to IBC after a few years. Yeah. He's also known as the Black Lab Studio, coming from Italy, Ancona.
Yeah, exactly.
To be precise. His work is amazing. He's going to talk about his brilliant process and how he enjoys it. And also you can download the assets here. The assets are created by the artist so for the community, so you all can download it and enjoy. I'll let Amin take over and give his presentation.
Thank you very much, Karen. So, hi everyone. I'm Amin Farah. I'm a 3D artist, art director, and professor in Italy for 3D design to students at the university. And yeah, I'm a C4D lover since R11, so it's been kind of 14, 15 years that I'm sticking with this beautiful software to create all my visions. And yeah, during my career, I had the opportunity to approach many different, a wide range of 3D projects. So from architectural renderings to product visualizations, from creating 3D videos of industrial technologies to crafting digital content advertising. But at the same time, guided from my profound curiosity and wanting to experiment stuff in 3D, I've tackled many different new techniques, different styles, and also different fields of the 3D world. So always with the 3D medium, by the way. I don't have a show reel, but I can show you some of my latest project. In fact, in this slide, you can see some videos where I played with Bulldog Gene 3D bottles, creating various animation, choreographies, and effects. So permutating the same element across different 3D animation and video loops. So the QR code that you are seeing there, it's about the AR invitation that we have made for this client for Bold Nights, these Bulldog Jing branded events, where you can see the invitation made in AR with the USD system of Cinema 4D and then uploaded on Sketchfab for the AR fruition. Another event, it was a very cool project that I worked on this year, is for the brand Defender. So beyond creating natural 3D environments on those giant screens that you can see on the image on the upper right, the client requested to depict the changing of the urban landscape. So I enjoyed, this is out of 3D, but I enjoyed gathering many different maps from 1,200 to today, and just stacking one over the other to create this mixed media loops. So this was very fun to see the final result of those gigantic screen that were reflecting of the model of the car on this event. I think there's an Italian here, but I also Italian. Cool. I also worked in the music industry, especially for the 20th anniversary of Negramaro, a very Italian, very famous band, working on all around the creativity for their album. So from the concepting to the final presentation, to the final product. But what truly set me apart is my specialization in digital fashion. As a 3D artist, I have mastered the language of pattern making, and this allowed me to offer 3D pattern design and product rendering services for fashion brands, campaign. So here you can see an example that I've made collaborating with NSS for Timberland. But, this presentation, it's not about what I create, what you create. It's more about how you feel while creating. We will talk about this one. Creativity and design approach. We will talk about the value and sometimes the necessity of research and development just to grow up, just to tackle new and bigger challenges, and most of all, to not just trust the process, but also enjoy the process. I would like to start with this Pablo Picasso quote. It says, "It took me a lifetime to learn to paint like a child." What it means. And I found it very interesting because we all think about creativity as a seed that starts to grow, and with elaborating and experimenting is grows so much. In my opinion, it's not that. The technique, the way of expressing grows with our experience. In this case, Picasso was convinced that creativity was at its maximum peak at the starting of the life, in the childhood, and your duty was how can I say? With time we lose it if we don't preserve it. If we don't continue to feed that inner child inside ourselves. So I would like to start with a question to you and to the public that are seeing us online. When was the first time you have been creative? This is a kind of exercise of introspection. And many times, while trying this with many friends and colleagues, for the people who right now live from their job of creativity, just find out that they never change. Here's my story, for example. I was 8 years old, and I had a big box of Lego made of every shape and color. So it was my treasure. But as my project went bigger and bigger or more complex, I didn't have in that same box the exact elements that I needed. So, the thing that I was doing, just to not interrupt the 3D process, the Lego process in that case, was to cut the pieces. Yeah, if I needed a 3-piece and I had just one of 5 or 6, I went carefully, by the way, but I just cut them to fit exactly on the project that I needed at that time. The rule, I know I was bending the rule. I know it wasn't the right thing, but in a certain way, it was the first time I broke the rules from a system. And so on. I even started dismantling other objects like electric toy cars and my mom's hair dryer just to extract electrical components because I didn't want it just plastic sculptures, but I wanted to animate them. So without knowing, integrating on the project, I started learning how an anode and cathode works. And if I invert it, I can change the rotation of the blades and stuff like this. At that time, so indirectly, I figured out that with this introspection exercise, I figured out that I never, how can I say, in hindsight, I realized that I haven't really changed, and I still love combining seemingly unrelated things to create something that works, all while having fun in the process. Back then, it was Lego, and today, for me, it's 3D. So, 3D, we actually don't have virtual limits, and in this 3D world, I have infinite pieces to work with. But I keep pushing the limits of the software with my creativity. Yeah, the software sometimes struggles to contain that. In those 3 words, by the way, I'm a self-taught designer. So I started in high school with R11, a demo, I remember, in just getting it from one of the stands, or Maxon stands in Italy. And I started playing with this software. And I had surely to start creating a system of learning, just to know how I learn and just having to benefit in the best way possible for myself. And I can say, if this could be a recipe, in those 3 words, in this specific order, you can find, you can learn most of the things. So copy, in the most positive way of saying it. Copy, I mean, take inspiration from what already exists and works, or from the expert. Just look at the masters, at the expert, and then try to simulate and do the same stuff that they do, with humbleness and with curiosity. Transform. So, again, adapt and modify that inspiration to make it unique and personal. And then my preferred one is to combine. So take 2 elements, apparently having nothing to do with each other, and find the common point. And then something magic happens. It can be applicable to anything. I'm not just talking about stylistically. For example, from a stylistic point of view, those are some of my illustrations, some art project, 3D art project, where here we have social media, crypto coins, or even COVID at that time. Just seen from sacred and symbolic style. I'm talking, and this is how my mind works. Yeah, I had, my way of learning is, American calls it situational learner. I learned that I learn again a lot faster when I have a necessity. So I had to trick my brain always to create, to work on something to prove that I've learned that thing. So I start always from a base concept, and I needed always a lot of inspiration from many different fields. And then permutating it with the software, plugins, new feature, and technologies, it can just go, the output is a 3D project. So, and here starts, during this permutation, my interest in fashion, because you can read it, this scheme, in the opposite way. So in this way, for example. Starting from a base 3D concept inspired by softwares, plugins, new features and techniques can lead with the language of fashion to the 3D digital project fashion. By the way, if you want to know more about this specific topic, I have a Domestika course on that with a discount code, a very good discount that you can just type and know more about the fashion field. But it's not the topic of this presentation, not only. So my goal was, my desire was to translate the entire fashion experience into the 3D world, because I found out that I could experiment many tools in this field. So, how? Again, Pablo Picasso says, learn the rules like a pro so you can break them like an artist. And a lot of people just got focused on the second part, on the rebel part. But no, this is an invite to humbleness. When you approach something new, you have to be humble to know that you don't know. And then from there you can start step by step. And this actually was my route, starting from knowing something, just a little on the theme knowledge, what is necessary in the production, in the representation of a digital garment, the glossary, all the words like warp, weft, patterns, and stuff like this. And then so on. Even without knowing, coming to the final creation of an entire shooting set. So garment, avatar, and all by necessity, because, for example, okay, I learned how to make a garment, but now I have to put it on an avatar. But I can't pose the avatar just like in a pose, so I need to give it a proper posing. And then I have to compose the photography in a fashion way, and so on, until coming to scenography. So those were some of the copy phase of my works in the fashion field. So I was just imitating a simple shooting set, still life, and while starting to put a little bit of stuff from the 3D world. More on that later. But yeah, while exercising and sharing the process on social media, without even realizing it, I became an appreciated professional figure. So they were calling me to create those kind of projects where, for example, again, this is a brand named Aspesi, for their advertising, so to create digital samples for digital campaign before even creating the first physical sample. And so on, like, for example, even Timberland. So the thing is that combining all my knowledge in the fashion field with the 3D artistic eye for photorealism, I could achieve also a great result on a macro perspective with a lot of details on my stuff. At the same time, starting transforming stuff. I was not just satisfied about achieving a good result, a good eye-catching result, but starting to experiment, to do different stuff, or using Cinema 4D native tools. I was working in Cloth 3D, Marvelous Designer, and I said, what if I make a clothing not using Cloth 3D, but using Cinema 4D tools? For example, here, there was my first experiments with the VDB mesher. Do you know this tool? It's with voxel, so I can create very plastic and malleable shapes by with all of those experiments. And here, other ones, all with the same tools, or using kit bashes, not for the way they were supposed to be, but has a head cap or stuff like this, so on and so on. But more than that, again, this way of abstraction was, development okay, was actually very appreciated also in the production field. This is an example. XL Extralight are the same material, the brand that makes Crocs, O-bags. Do you know them? This very lightweight plastic. And they asked me to create an organic shape, an organic texture, but procedural at the same time for their sole with this rebounded material. And what I've used, I started unsure, saying, okay, I'll try. If you like it, we can go on. And this is the result. This sole is completely made with the VDB mesher inside Cinema 4D and then used in production. So here the software helped me also in a not only digital way, but also in a production field. And the circular sneaker was born. And as you can see, the more expert can see that scalar effect, that it's actually a problem when we face it in Cinema 4D. But in this case, it was so cool by the feedback of the client. It looked like a lunar, but a terrassment, a lunar floor, but also a terrassment. So the artificial way of doing stuff. But I have to say that this was impossible to achieve if I didn't make this before. Just for the sake of fun, just to experiment, just to find new ways of doing stuff. I also worked on digital customs. This one is for Adidas, for the launch of the Ozra and Celox, where I worked also with RAL 7000 in English, genius guys, shoe designers that working together, combining our experience, we worked on this custom made from overpowered Wizard of Oz world. So this is the Dorothy one, this is the lions, the Cowardly Lion, the Scarecrow, and also the Tin Man, yeah, the robot. And then the project liked it so much that they asked me, why don't you create the character? Who will put those on? And again, without knowing, just going with the flow, trusting the process, I became a character designer just for the sake of doing it. This second part of the presentation is about storytelling. I was adding more and more soft skill to my projects, and all in a seamless way. So I started from works I've made that I will show you to learn more about expression of the face, to learn more about storytelling, about the environment of a specific character. So from rendering files to rendering lives. This is, do you know virtual influencers, right? This is this is Zaira. You can find her also on Instagram. It was a project of 2 years ago, where not only I reinforced my capabilities in post-production, because the head is completely 3D, or sometimes all the body, but also I focused a lot on the micro-expression that the person can give in a photo if she's looking or she's smiling but a little nervous while touching, for example, this cow. So all of those stuff enriched more my 3D skills, and I will show you. But before, there's this Italian proverb that says, impara l'arte e mettila da parte. Learn the art, transliteration, learn the art and put it apart. So everything that was spent in creativity or in experimenting, it's not wasted time. It's all stuff that you will bring with yourself for forever. And so this is one of my latest or most important projects. It's named Aspetto. It has a lot of emotional values for me because I did it after a long time of creative block. And as you can imagine, I've made an entire system to continue to take inspiration and having this specific block just tear me down a lot until I worked on this piece. The name is Aspetto, and in Italian has a double name. Aspetto has a aesthetic, the aspect, the way. The aesthetic point of view of something, the looking, and aspetto is also waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the inspiration, waiting for a bad mood to pass, waiting for the right moment. And in this project, I put all of my stuff, all of my stories, all different Easter eggs inside this one. And you can check it out on Instagram if you want to just look at all the different details. And in this specific case, I wasn't taking inspiration from a particular thing, or at least I was telling my story inside of this image. So in a certain way, I was taking inspiration from myself. I was rendering myself. And so on. I completely changed my approach to 3D. So 3D has a way to explore reality. I said, for example, what I would do if I weren't a 3D artist. I like pottery, for example. And so I made a render just for the sake of studying all the different tools, all the different elements that could compose a lab. You can see all the tools near the I don't remember in English, how do you call it? The one that turns for the vase. But here I always found new challenges. For example, the most interesting part was it's like a chicken and egg problem. I make the vase and then make the pose, or I make the pose and then the vase will just adapt to the shape. So I went fine-tuning all the stuff. So in a certain way, I was modeling the model that models the model, okay? If it looks like a tongue twister, what about a clay model of the model that models the model? And I feel so grateful. So I feel a lot of fun doing those stuff. And while working on a client's project, this is what I do on my spare time because I'm feeling so passionate about this work. It has every piece has a big emotional value for me. The more abstract one, the ones where I try to recreate reality or experimenting or trying to crack the code of other softwares like Marvelous Designers I'm having so much fun, but times is changing. Times we could talk about the implication of a standardized and creative way, the technology in the creative field that is changing. But let's just say that in these running fast times, I had to think a lot. I had to face many things like about you think about creativity, so about the value of the research and development, about the value of spending so much time on stuff in a world where everyone competes to do stuff as quickly as possible. But this is my statement. In this new era where everyone competes to produce a result as quickly as possible, I think that the pure celebration of how things are made, how do you make it, and show the creative process is the best still and will be the best way of expressing your individuality. We are human. Inevitably, we assign emotional values to things. That's why DIY stuff are priceless. That's why behind the scenes are interesting. The process behind is the value maker. And I wanted to prove it. Let's test this concept. And I made something completely out of digital fashion. I invented a process. And it's named mooking process. It's a crisis. It's about modeling and cooking, okay? And mocking also in a certain way. So let's get back to the scheme. I didn't have any chance to get inspiration by food. Why food? Because food in the digital world just completely obliterates its original functionality to feed. Okay? Have you ever eaten a digital donut? No? Me too. So the mocking process is, for me, a problem-solving skills improvement system. So I create the problems that I will find the solution for. An original way to flex your 3D muscles, a troll tutorial for newbies, the solution for 3D artists on diet, but more than everything, a way to simply play with 3D and have fun. And I set some rules. The rules that I set to myself are those one, and I will show you the final result. No rendering, only view per screen capture, no baked simulation, so no alembic, no baking, no keyframe animation, no editing like VFX and stuff like this, only cut on the scene, match cutting. No espresso, the one with the notes, not the coffee beans. I need coffee. This is my map. So we all know how a recipe is made. It's made of steps. So for every step, I analyze it. I start with a scene definition, a proof of the concept, to try to represent how the scene could be with 3D. So finding the solution, prepare the asset, polish everything, camera setting, and then screen recording. On all in the silliest way possible. So what could be the first absolutely food that I can create? What about how to make a donut in cinema 4D this time? Here. Volume up. What's happening? Oh. Sorry? So, thank you. As I said, it's very silly, but I love it so much doing this. And yeah, I also tried to move the boundaries of Cinema 4D, to work everything in real time. So as I said, it's all screen capture. So if I wanted to animate something, I just rotate it, move it, and so exercising my manuality. And as I said, I wanted to test it. It went viral, by the way, and a lot of people on social media were just saying, let him cook, let him cook. I'm kind of boomer for this, but I don't know. It was good. And also, people like EJ from iDesign said, wait, you can make donuts in Cinema 4D? Or people that I love, like David Ario, named Octane Jesus, said, genius. Or the co-founder of the D2 event that where they invite me, Fabio Palvelli, Italian, he said in Napolitan, fratem, ta post, that in English is, my dear brother, might I inquire if you are still in full possession of your mental faculties? And Andrew Price, the blender guru, the donut guy himself, said, LOL, well done. And it was a very big success for me, so I continued doing it in a more Italian way. So the next one is the pizza margherita with the mooking process. Again, vertical format, because the final result was for social media, for TikTok and stuff like this.
shit. Here we go again.
Yeah. So, thank you. Thank you. I saw a weak applause. How many eat margherita with pineapple on it? No one. You, my friend. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. So I had the possibility on those projects also to put some Easter eggs, to work with the sound, to make meme sounds and stuff like this, just for the sake of having fun. It has no. This kind of project has just has not a specific objective or stuff like this, if not the fact to have fun and to give fun to the people on social media, to entertain in a certain way. And I was saying about Easter eggs. Have you seen the tomato sauce, the Michillogico tomato sauce? And you can find Michillogico on Instagram. Is my dear friend, and he was working while I was making on this one on a project just playing with procedural tomatoes animation, and then I said, okay, give me your tomatoes and I will do the sauce for it, and then just shout out to you. So the last one that I would like to show you is the typical thing that comes at the end of an Italian meal. So the coffee. So mocha coffee made in Cinema 4D.
Nice.
So, thank you. So I'd like to finish this presentation with just this message. And as a lot of us, me especially, everything started as a game. I started young at high school, just playing with Cinema 4D. And for me at that time was just a game, a way, a growing passion, and a way to just pass time. So remember that and this is a thing that we always forget through our passions in many different creative fields, is that before it was a job, it started as a game. So remember to have fun every time and to enjoy the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, did you all love the mooking process? So cool. I saw it and I was like, I want to eat that, but I could not because it's a render. Well done. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please have a chat with Amin after the presentation. He'll be around. He's always happy to guide you. He's also a professor, by the way. So he is used to teaching and training individuals. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
You can scan the QR code to win the chance, get a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. So please do. We'll see you in around 15 minutes for the next presentation by Pat Grivet, who's just standing there. She's an amazing artist as well. So see you in 15 minutes. Thank you.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in a, like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rigged animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded color features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon 1, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to Caustic's improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as framing your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. And we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The color chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduced Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs & Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear.
Welcome back, everyone, present here as well as watching live. We are back again. We have Pat Grivet with us, who's presenting for us now. She's from London, originally from France, if I'm not
mistaken. I am.
She's an illustrator and a motion designer in 2D and 3D both, and she'll be talking about her journey from 2D to 3D, and will also be showing how she creates animation, and she's gonna take us through the process and the workflow. Take it ahead, Pat. Also, if you want to download the assets, please download them. These are the assets created by the artists, so you can download the assets and play around with their work. Thank you. Take it ahead, Pat.
Yeah, thank you. You good? Okay. Okay, we can get started. Hi, hello. So I'm Pat Grivet. I'm an illustrator and motion designer, 2D and 3D. I am French, as you can hear the accent, I guess. But so I've been living in London for almost 10 years now. A bit of background. I started as a graphic web designer like a while ago, working for a web design agency, creating website from scratch when Flash was a thing, if you can remember. I started freelancing following the boom in motion design, and I specialized in illustration for motion design, mostly for explainer video, digital content, TV, or commercial. Then I moved in London because all the best studios were there. I mean, they are still there, and I've been lucky enough to work with a few of the best, and now I'm part of the amazing motion design community. So I've been starting to play around with 3D a few years ago. I wanted to adapt my work in 3D, and also I wanted to learn new technique. And thanks to COVID and the lockdown, I had a lot of time to practice. So I would say I'm still a beginner, but I'm learning by myself with the help of a lot of tutorials, and mostly Maxon, obviously. And so that's why it's like super overwhelming to be here today with you. Thanks, Maxon, for inviting me, and thanks, Kieran, for the organization. I'm going to show you my show reel. So it's a mix of 2D work and 3D work. There you go. There you go. Okay, it worked. Okay, so today I'm going to show you how to create a frame like that. Not everything, we don't have time, but like how to create like a quick animation that loop, and you know it's like fit very well for Instagram content, for example. We're going to focus on the little character, and I'm going to show you like quickly how to create it and how to rig it and how to maybe animate it. So step one, the style frame. So we start with a 2D work. So I usually start with a quick sketch. This one I have, it's not a quick sketch, but I have a sketchbook. So when I am looking for ID, I just pick one. So here you go. Then I go to Adobe Illustrator. Hi guys, they're there. And so I create like a quick turnaround. So we have Jody. This is Jody. So it's like very basic shape. So you can see already it's going kind of simple to modelize and animate. Same for the background. So we have everything in place. And at the end, I add the colors. So at this step, we know already what we want to do. Also, if you work for client, you want to validate this step. So it's going to save you a ton of time for later. Now the character. So this is like a quick turnaround. I'm not going to go through all the process of modelization because you can see it's fairly simple. I'm using only basic geometry that I put together. Like the only part that need more time to modelize at the end. So because it's it's more complex. So now what I do, I use always the same one for my type of character. Is ready to use. That saves me a lot of time for later. And so this is a composition of the character. It's like the Lego method. You put everything together, and so it's super easy to animate. It's not coming from one block, So it's just for this type of very cartoony character, I think it's working quite well, and it's very easy to animate. So the next step is a fun one. I'm going to show you two methods I use to animate the character. The first one is super easy when you want to do a very quick animation with a very simple movement. It's enough. And the second one is using the classic method, using joints. You want to create a skeleton and do all the work. So we are going to switch to the software. Okay. So here we have Jody. So I'm using Redshift as a render here. So I'm just going to show you very quickly. So the organization. So you have the model. You have it's all organized by folder. So if you want to animate it, it's already ready. I don't know. You want to move the hood. You want to move the head, and already you can give your character a bit of life. It can do and also you can animate in a very easy way. For the arm, I'm using bend. I'm using a deformer. I just put here, and so it's you can animate this way. If you want to, it's just you say hello, for example. For only again, only the end are rigged properly. So I'm not going to show you that now, but so I just had to copy paste the end in my modelization, and so it's ready to use. So we have, this is the first method. So it's very simple. I think everybody, if you are a beginner and you want to have fun with the character, it's very easy to use. Then we have, I'm going to show you how to create a rig from scratch. So we don't need this one. Okay, so we have our model here. It's here. So just I already did it, but I put apart the element. The element I don't. Okay, it's here. The element I don't want to be rigged. So we have I don't know if you can see it very well. We have the hair, the glasses, the eyes, the hood, and also it's easier if I want to change them later. So I'm just going to hide them for now. And we have our little character here, and we are going to put our rig here. So you go to character, you go to joint. This is your base. You put it here, and we are going to use this view. And what you want to do, you want to put it in your base here. So I'm going to unselect the subdivision so we can see better. Then you just follow like creating a skeleton. Here we have the waist. Here we have, you link everything together. We have the torso. We have the neck. We have like the head somewhere else. You can change it later. We have the top of the head here, something like that. You want to name everything. It's like super important. So we have the waist. We have the torso. We have neck here. We have head. We have head tip over here. Now you want to create the arm. So you go to character again. You create another joint, and you want to link it to the torso. So you place it here. So see, you just have to place it at the like rotation point. It's over here. And same again, you follow the articulation, like the natural articulation. I mean, for a human, after you do whatever you want. Huh? You go to the wrist. You go to the end. So I'm just going to create like one finger just for the purpose of the demonstration. And you want, okay. So you have something like that. What you want to do, you want to move. This is the elbow. And is the left side, so you put L. It's very important to precise that. I'm going to show you later why. You want to move the elbow a bit over here, maybe more here. For the animation, it's just like it is better. And then you name everything. Again, shoulder L. You put not like that. So for the left side, yeah, you don't forget to put L everywhere. We have a finger here. And we have finger tip here. Okay, so you should have something like that, roughly. And a nice thing to do, like if you want to create the other side, you're not going to do that again because it's just like a lot of time for nothing. So what you want to do, you want to select all your left parts. You go to character, you go to mirror tool here, and it's over there. You check the option, the direction, the option. The naming here is very important. So it's going to replace all the L by R for right side. Weight, we will see that later. And then you just mirror. So you have your right part, already done. So you should have something like that. So I'm just going to show you. We're not going to use this one, but I'm just going to show you like the final result when it's well done. So you have like all the fingers, and okay, you have the skeleton. So know what you want to do. The thing is, like the skeleton is like, it's just like alone. It's not. It is linked. You want to link. Here you go. That's why. So yeah. So like the skeleton is not linked to your model, and so it's kind of useless at the moment. So what you want to do, you want to link the skeleton to your model. So what you do first, you take your model here and you connect everything. So where is it? Is here. You connect everything. So now, and you hide the original one. You don't need it now, but you keep it if you want to make some change. So now is only one piece linked together. And you want to select all your joints over there, and you want to select your model here, and you want to bind everything. We have 62 joints. I content them, and I don't touch that usually. And now, if we did well, that should be working okay. So yeah. So now the skeleton is attached to your model. But as you can see, we have like some problem. It's just not really moving like we want. It's kind of okay, but you want something better. So after that, you have like the very long work of weighting the thing. Can I do that? Okay. So what's happening here? Like this is a weight map for your model. So that shows the parts that are linked to each joint. And you want to rework on that. You want to make them super clean, to animate the way you want. So how do you do that? We are going to put back our character in the original position. You just go to reset, bind pose, okay. And we are going to use for that we are going to use the weight tool. I have a shortcut here, B, so it's easier. So what you want to do, you just I don't think we need that. You just select, you are just going to, let's say we want to work on the torso. So for now, it's moving this way, which is not that bad. But you want to say it's going to affect all this part. So you just paint the part that is interesting for you. And you have, it's like a very long process, huh? I'm not going to lie. So, and you can test. So no, it's going to affect all this part. Like let's say for the shoulder here, you doesn't want to affect. It's affecting this part. You don't want that, so you can just unselect. I also have a technique. I mean, maybe there is better technique, and I want to know. But I'm using the selection here to isolate my elements. So here we isolated the nose, and we don't want that. Okay, like for example, here, like all the skin is isolated. So if you want to work, let's say on the, if you want to work on the leg, for example, where is it? On the knee, it's just easier now, because you don't have like the the sock and the shoes and everything, so you can just like paint over. You can also work on your selection, so you can isolate this part, and so you are working better. So what I do usually, I just create different selection for every part. And when I put solo here, I can just like work on them separately, and so we have like we have something easier to work. to work on. I'm not going to show you all the process because maybe it's a bit boring. So at the end, but I can show you the final result. At the end, we should have something like that. So this is the character is fully rigged. Can we see the heat map? So if you want to see the heat map, you need to unselect the subdivision. So you see like every part is very clear. You can check also here the color. And so now you can animate your character the way you want. So, and you can play around. I put back the element like the hood and the glass, so I can move them if I want. You know, like same for the little bum. I don't know if the character is jumping. It's nice to be able to do that. The eyes also, I don't know if you see very well, but they're actually animated. I can, you know, so now I can do that very easily. And yes, and here you go. We have, I don't know if this character is animated fully. No. We can have our little animation here. I don't know if it's working. Maybe not with the Redshift Render, but it's moving. So here you go. We have our little character ready. So we can go back to the to our scene there. See, you can do that after. And I know there is already like a skeleton already in Cinema 4D if you don't want to do that from scratch. For like if you want like to make it work, there is like a ton of different ways to do it. For this one, I just create mine. I mean it's easier for me, but there is like a ton of different ways to do it. And then you can. I did like a little video with everything. Maybe we can. Sorry. Which one? So that is a wig, but we saw that already. We don't want to see the video. Do you want to see the video? Maybe for the waiting part? Okay, this part is is what I was talking about just earlier when I select every part one by one, and so I can work on them. And you know, I name everything here, so it's very clean. You also have to link the material together to the selection, otherwise it's not working. So you go, you have the character ready. The next step is the weight. Maybe we can see that very quickly. So yes, I was talking earlier, and when every element are isolated, you can work on them way more easily. So the whole process take me usually depends between almost 1 hour, I would say, for only the waiting. And that's it. And your character is ready. No, we don't want to see that again. And now you can put you're ready to put everything together. So I'm not going to show everything, but it's just you put the element, you put the background, the little details, more details. You put your colors and your texture. So usually I like to create my own texture with Illustrator. So I use some real texture, but I keep it very minimal. So we keep this 2D looking. It's not, I don't want to look too realistic. I like the cartoon style. And then we have lights. We have more lights, and then you create a little animation, and you're ready to post that everywhere if you want. With some sound design is even better if you know a good sound designer, I take it. And that's it. I hope you liked it. Maybe you learned something, I don't know. And thanks for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pat. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. If you have any questions, please ask her because she's here. Would you like to ask any questions? Does anybody have any questions? No? It's all right. You can have a chat with her later on. She's going to be around. We'll be back shortly. We'll be back in 20 minutes. We have a few more amazing presentations and artists coming up. So see you soon. And you can also scan the QR code to win the Maxon 1 license. So please do not hesitate to do that. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. Z-Remesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
glizzy bang bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles. and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, team.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back again. Everybody, hi, everybody watching live and present here in the audience. We have Damien Candele, who is a senior character artist working at Blur Studios and has worked on some amazing projects. If you know Love, Death and Robots, he has worked on that. The upcoming Secret Levels animated series, which was launched, the trailer was launched recently. This guy's worked on that, and he's going to show his workflow, which is absolutely stunning. You can also scan to download the assets of the artists if you want to play around and work around with them. They are created by the artist, some of them at least, so you can have a look, and I'll let Damien take ahead and explain further.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for Maxon for having me here for this presentation. So as Karen said, I'm a character artist. I've been working in this industry for like 20 years now. And as you can see on my website, I'm mostly doing some character and monster stuff. And it's why I'm here, because to do this kind of characters, most of the time you're going to need ZBrush. ZBrush is a sculpting software that is very important in my workflow to produce this kind of characters. So currently I'm working at Blur Studio. Blur Studio is a company mainly focusing on game trailers, cinematic, and animated series for Netflix or Amazon. I will show you the demo reel for Blur Studio to get a better idea of the kind of work we are doing.
All right, you're live, folks.
Copy that. Going hot.
4 or 5 moments, that's all it takes.
These things take planning and preparation.
These things take violence and timing. I can do both.
I told you we would help you.
It's time to let the pros finish this.
And cue the ominous music.
We can't hold him for long. Roger that. Call me when you need me.
get back to it.
Change any day.
This guy has one drink. Coming.
So now you get, thank you. So now you get a better idea of the kind of video we are doing at Blur Studio. So today I'm going to showcase my pipeline. So basically, when we are working on the characters for this kind of show, we most of the time start from concept art. A concept art usually is done by another person, it's not me. But my work is to take this concept art, this 2D art, and to make a character that will be usable in animation, like you see just now. So ZBrush will help me to go from nothing to the final 3D asset. So basically, for this demo, I will use this character. So this is a kind of concept I got, and with the help of ZBrush, this is the final character. You saw it in the demo, maybe. It was there. I will mostly focus on the face because I don't have much time. But basically, it's the kind of quality you can achieve with ZBrush. I won't go into rendering the stuff. I will be only speaking about the modeling part because the render is not done in ZBrush, of course. ZBrush is not a software where you can make some high-quality render. Actually, so let's go. So I will close this. Let's go to ZBrush. So to create a character, most of the time, I'm starting with a simple geometric primitive. It can be a sphere, it can be a cube, it can be anything. Just before, small note about ZBrush. If you have some knowledge of ZBrush, you will see that my UI is totally different. It's very important to customize your UI to have all the tools you need. ZBrush is great, but there are lots of tools, lots of tools. And to be very efficient with ZBrush, it's good to place the tool you use the most at some place in the UI, so it speeds up your workflow. So what I'm going to do, it starts from very simple topology, like this. I will use some simple brush, and basically I will turn symmetry on, like that. I will subdivide it a bit to a bit more topology to work from. And I will just start to find the main shape. The tools I will going to use, it's mostly the snake hook or the move tool. It's the same kind of tool. The clay build-up and the dam standard. With all these three brushes, basically, I will do most of the main shapes for my character. So, try to find the eye, nose. I will add some here, there. Up, like that. So at some point, when you're using this kind of workflow, you will come to a point where the topology, meaning all the quads on your mesh, are totally stretched. To be able to paint and to use the brush, you need to have an even topology. So when I come to this stage, I will use the Dynamesh. Dynamesh basically will keep the shape, but will reconstruct a topology, a nicer topology. If you look at the shape, I'm going to use the Dynamesh, and now you can see you have an even quad topology, and you can continue to sculpt and have detail. I will hide the topology. At this stage, what is important is just to focus on the main shapes. You don't want to go into fine details right now. You want to keep it first the main shapes, then the secondary shapes only when the main shapes are done, and after the fine details. If you go to fine details now, it won't look great. You can go at some very fine detail to get some the detail of the skin, the wrinkle, and stuff like that. But if the main shape is not there yet, the character won't work. It won't be great. Like that. I'm starting to be better. This is actually the part of the process for me that is the most rewarding, because you start from nothing and you start to get the idea of what you're going to get quite easily and quite fast. I'm going to do a clay polish. The clay polish will smooth basically the shape, but keeping some hard edge. Like that, it kind of gives me a better understanding of the main shapes of my character. Oops. Like that. Okay. Something that is very important when working with characters, I haven't done it here, it's always to have some references. When I'm working on characters, I have another screen where I have all my references. I have some anatomical references and references for your characters, different kind of head, lighting, and stuff like that. Speaking of lighting, something also which is great in ZBrush and very important. If you look at my UI, I have here different matte cap. What I like to do when working on characters is to switch different matte cap all the time, because you have a different reading of your characters with different lighting. So you have specific matte cap, some metallic one if I'm working some hard edge or robot stuff, some kind of fleshy ones, and some that will give me very good reading of the shapes. For instance, also I have some basic matte cap where I can tweak the lighting in real time. So if I want to check if the lighting is correct or how the shape reacts to the lighting, I can do that quite easily. I will use this one now. So as you can see now, I can have having something that starts to become okay. It's not okay, but usually this step will take a lot longer, and I will get to something more refined. Now I can go to secondary details. So when I'm speaking about secondary detail, it's this kind of stuff. Starting to put the mouth, the nose, even go a bit deeper for the eyes. Placing the eyes here, like that. Maybe go a bit better with the eyebrow, the nose. So you can see it's starting to get somewhere. It's not perfect, but you need to tweak it. Okay, I won't do too much more because otherwise I won't have time to show you other part of the process. But basically, you get the idea. So starting from very simple stuff, just focusing on the main shapes. And what is important, you don't care about the topology, you don't care about very nice. At this stage, what I will do now, maybe subdivide it one more time. And what I can do is do another clay polish and smooth it. No, I don't want to see the hard line that helped me define my character. I want to get something smoother, to get something more realistic. I can still add some shapes there. Like that. Oops, I lost my symmetry in the process. It's okay, it's not too bad. If you're working on full body, what you can do, I will delete lower. What I usually do for working on full body, it's at this stage, or maybe even earlier in my process, I will add here a sphere like that. And I will split and select this sphere. Not now. And I will use this sphere to start making the body. Like that. It's like playing with clay. It's what I like with that brush. When you're used to the tool, you're just playing with clay. It's a real, like sculpting in real life. This. I will also use the animation this to get a bit more topology. Up. Placing the main muscle. Obviously, you need to know some anatomy if you want to work as a character artist. And I will also add some arms. I will do exactly the same process. Oh, autosave. Just wait. I will kill. Oops. We are going to wait for it. Just take a few seconds. Okay, we are back. For the arm, I will use exactly the same process. I will add a sphere that I will use and split and select. And I will use the Dynamesh, basically like that, like that. The shoulder part. Up. Oops. Then standard to define the muscle. Oops. Up like that. And I will go back here to work on the neck. Maybe taking that, like that. So as you can see now, I have several subtools. Subtools are actually each part. And in that brush, you can work only in one subtool at the time. But there is actually a way to work with both subtools at the same time. It's the Transpose Master. I have it on my UI. Oops. Here. Where is it? Here. So what I'm going to do is using the Transpose Master. That way, I'm going to have only one mesh where I can actually work on every part together. It's easy when you have a lot of space to make adjustment on everything. He's actually kind of ugly. Well, don't look his face. Yes. That. So the process is the same as for the face, mostly working on the main shapes, on the main proportion. Don't look into details right now. You need to make sure it's working with the main shapes before going to finer details. Okay, so I will smooth it, use clip polish. Oops. I don't know why is this tool get there. Okay, let's say it's okay, I'm fine with this. I will go back to my main tools and I can work. So basically, for this stage, it's pretty much all. The goal, as I said, is just to get the main shapes, everything working fine. Something that I haven't shown you right now, it's the morph target. Morph target is a feature in ZBrush that is very, very useful. I'm using it all the time. Basically, the morph target here, it's in my UI. What is going to do? I'm going to select my mesh, store morph target. So ZBrush will store the shape at this current, it's like safeguarding this shape, and you will see what it's very interesting. I will keep working, make some change, like that, maybe like that, some kind of expression, like that. And, oops, like that, up. Okay, so I have a different shape now, but sometimes when you're working on a character for a long time, few hours, you start to lose your focus and you lose what you have done before. And it happens sometimes that you work few hours and you take the first iteration and you say, but it was better before. So that's why the storm morph target is great, because you can switch back to your previous state. And what I'm doing, it's I have a special hotkey for that. And as I'm working, I always switch between different stages. And that way I can see, oh, this part was better. Like for instance, maybe I find the eyes were better on my previous stage, and I like what I did after that. So because I store a morph target, I can use the morph brush. The morph brush is a brush that will allow me to bring back part of my previous stage, but only where I'm using the brush. If I'm using it everywhere, I will go back to my full version, but I can do it only on specific parts. And this is very useful feature. I'm using this all the time. So, okay, now, next stage. So I have mainly my head done, but as you can see, the topology now is not using in the current stage. What we need is a clean topology. When working on for Blur or this kind of studio, usually we have a specific topology we use for every character. So we need to transfer this specific topology to our character. I will use this model now. Yes, this one. So, so this is a stage I came up, the same technique I use as what I show you. So, as you can see, the topology is not good. What I want now is this character, this topology, I mean. Up. So here, if you look at the topology, it's very nice topology, clean topology, and you have all these lines. These lines are very important because they are key lines that we are going to use for blend shapes and to be able to transfer textures, blend shape between different characters. So what I need to do is to display both characters. And what I'm going to do is basically to move this topology roughly at the same place, like that, up, up. The idea is not to be perfect, but to be close enough to use a transfer. Up. Okay, this will be good enough just for today. But yes, placing all the key lines at the right place. And then you're going to do, where is it? I don't see. It's not. Well, I don't have it. I think it moved. Well, it's okay. I will go find it. Sorry for that project. Project, okay. So we are going to project all. And what it's going to do, it's try to project my current subtool to the subtool behind. And with that, if I'm adding my all my other subtool, I will smooth it, and I will reproject again. And until I'm perfectly aligned with my other model. So that way, I'm going to have a nice topology with my sculpt. I can do another project. Okay. I won't do it, but you get the idea. It's to get nice topology you can work from. So now I have this nice topology. Here, I did it. Everything is fine, the eyes, the mouth, everything. This is the part now where I will start to add details. So to add a very fine detail, what I'm going to do is subdivide my mesh several times. And now I will hide this. I will go into file detail. What I mean by that, I will use some DAM standard, for instance. Oh, keep auto-saving. I don't. Sorry about that. I will go, for instance, here, and I will start to add fine details, as I said. So this means some. I will try to make maybe, yeah, it will be easier to see, to make all the wrinkles, stuff like that. When working with fine detail, what it's good to do is to use the layer system. The layer system, like Photoshop, you can store different stuff in layers. For instance, I will store here some information. I will make all my wrinkle stuff. I will use the DAM standard too, this kind of stuff. And you can go very strong because you're working with layer, and with layer, you have some options that can help you turn it down. So like that. I will go everywhere, maybe the eyebrows too. Like that, okay. Okay, so let's say I'm okay with the wrinkle. I did some wrinkle work. It's okay, start to become cool. Now I will want to add some grain, some pore details. So I will turn off this layer because I don't want to see it anymore. I will create another layer. And this time I'm going to use some, let's say, yes, this. It's a custom brush that I made. I will show you how to make your custom brush. It's very easy. So I made this custom brush to create some pore detail, like that. And the same, I will put that almost everywhere. And what's great with layer, if I turn it off, I will be able to bring my other layer and to merge them together. If I find that my wrinkles are too strong, I can just adjust the intensity of the layer. You can make it stronger, you can make them very subtle. So it's very nice to working with layer because you have a nice control of your work. What you can do also with layer, if you have a layer, you can go to your first stage with nothing. And as I show you, you can store a morph target. With a morph target store, so as I said, you have this stage store on memory. And if you take back your, let's say, your pore detail, I will make it stronger to illustrate. Maybe I want some part with less pore. Now I can use my morph brush. And, oops, I need to activate it to make record. And I will remove why it's not working. Oh, I delete. No. Sorry. I'm heading store record. Oops. And I will remove the pore details where I don't want them. If I don't want them around the mouth, maybe not so much also on the eye parts, just remove them. So again, morph target is already a feature. You can use this all the time. So what I also like to do, so for the modeling part, basically it's all. It's just taking time to add your details everywhere, working on wrinkles, stuff like that. As I said, I will show you how to make your own custom brush. What you can do, it's, no, actually, I don't want this one. I will take plain 3D. I will subdivide the plane several times. Oops. Up, like that. Or maybe not that much for the demo. Okay, so I have just a simple plane. What I'm going to do in here, the idea is to create some custom alpha that I'm going to use in my work, in my brush. So let's say I want to make a custom alpha for the skin. What I can do is to make some kind of wrinkle, like that, like that, like that, like that, that, with some pore details here, there, like that, very simple. Okay, so I think it will be good enough. So what I can do now, it's go to, where is it, to alpha, and just remember, create, here in create, and, no, it's not create. Just need to remember. Oh yes, no, not this one. Image. Sorry. Oh, Make 3D. No. No, sorry. What? Sorry, I don't remember where is. Apply make. I'm sorry because the UI is so small for this computer. I don't find my. Oh, is this one? Actually, should be this one. Stencil. Oh, I don't know. What did I do? I'm sorry. I forgot where is the button. But basically, I thought it was there. It's taking this image and create your custom alpha. If you're looking at my brush, there, for instance, this one, it's the way I use, it's what I did to create this alpha. It was making this. I will need to check. Sorry for this. I know it's there somewhere. And basically take this, what you sculpted and make the alpha. So I'm going back to my model. What I also like to do is to make some colors. Sculpting is great, but you can also paint some colors. So to paint some color, you're just using a regular brush. And instead of using Z-add or Z-sub, you're going to use RGB. And with RGB, what it's going to do is take the color you have here and to paint it on your model. If I'm using maybe this one, it will be easier to see. I already have some color on this character, but the idea is there. See, to paint, oops. Maybe because I have some layers, I will back all layers. I will make it white to start from something up, and I will up colors. Fill object. Okay, so let's start with something flat to get the idea. So I will use some color, for instance, on the eyes here. Same for the mouth. Same for the ear. The idea behind this, it's the same as the sculpting. You just start with very broad color, very the main shapes, the main color. You don't want to go to fine detail right now. You can switch to flat color if you want to have a better idea of what you're doing. Like that, like that, like that. And what is cool with that brush when you're doing some painting, so far I'm using just a regular brush, but you can use also some alpha. I will use this alpha on to change the stroke to spray. And what you're going to do, it's kind of this stuff. And when you're working with skin, it's great to have some kind of splatter to make it more realistic. Like that. I will turn it down. Turn it down. Here is using another subtool. Oh. Oops. Oops. Well, no, maybe I will keep using this one. Oh, this one. Up. Like that. Oh, okay. I have to save. Okay. Okay, so basically what I did on this character at this stage was this kind of work. So it's very simple, it's very broad. This is not the final texture that I'm going to use for my rendering, but it's something that really helped me going further. Some features that are really nice when you have some modeling and you want to do some texture, it's the mask. Mask features, I will use this to demonstrate it a bit more. Something very extreme. Like that. I'm going to go to the mask, feature, masking, and I will going to use the mask by cavity. Mask by cavity, I will tweak it a bit. Yes, like that. Mask by cavity, what it's going to do, it will analyze your mesh and it will mask what is inside the valley, and it will let you work on the peak. Or you can switch, you can control it with this kind of fall off. And if you look at it, I will hide the texture. So you can see this black, it's mask, and when it's white, it's not mask. So now what I can do, I will hide it, but I will paint on my model, colorize. And you see that when I'm painting now, I'm not painting in the crease. So it's very nice to be able to paint on specific part of your model and not on the other parts. Like if I want something red or darker inside, I will be able to paint only this part. So, very nice. Okay, so basically, it's almost all the tool I use for doing characters. If I take this character, for instance, I will show you the final version of this character, the final modeling part. So, to see what kind of detail I have, maybe. Well, so, if I'm going there, I will take only one part because I use the geometry HD on this character. It's a specific feature. I don't have time to showcase it right now, but. No, it's not that. Oh, there. Okay. So you can see the amount of details I did on this character. All the wrinkle, everything is done sculpting by hand with the tool I show you. So you can go very fine into details. All this. It allows to have some very close-up of the character during the cinematics. All the poor details here on the nose and everything. So how I'm doing on time? I still have a few minutes. I will go very fast. So where is my subtool? Tool. I'm also doing the same with clauses. Basically, when I'm working with clauses, the main clauses are done with Marvelous Designer because it's when you're speaking about sculpting, it's ZBrush. When you're speaking about clauses for industry, it's Marvelous Designer. But when you're done doing the main shape in Marvelous Designer, I'm bringing back the shapes from Marvelous Designer. Basically, I'm using the same kind of technique to add fine details. One technique I didn't show you sooner, it's the... Yep, I will put there. The surface, where is it? Surface. Surface, I'm not sure, I don't remember if I have... I will smooth that. The surface, what is going to do? The surface basically, oh, I have some mask. I will cancel my mask. Up. The surface is a tool that will make some noise on all your on the full model. It's very nice to create some procedural details, but there's also another way to use it. It's to bring an alpha. I will show you that. For instance, if I have this kind of pattern, let's use this one. It will be better. And I'm going to use it with UVs. I'm going to where is the blend? Alpha scale, mix, strength, there. I will scale it, up, like that. Yes. And what you see, it's very easy to add some pattern on your full character. I will try another alpha to make you see what you can do. Maybe I want... actually, for laser, I will use this alpha. You will see it will work very fine. So this alpha, I will scale it a bit. I will zoom, alpha scale, like that. I will reduce the strength of it. And when I'm happy with it, you see it will add all this pattern on my full model. It's very nice to speed up your workflow. And when you apply that, the idea is always the same. I will do it for the demo. I will first store a morph target, use the store morph target. I will apply my my surface noise, and now that I have my morph target, you get the idea. Just remove it to some part where I don't want it. And I guess that's it. I think you have all the info, everything. Sometimes I'm using some very specific tools, but basically it's a workflow to create some characters. When I have all this stuff in ZBrush, the next step is to bake some displacement map and diffuse map and use them as your base shader in Arnold, Houdini, or whatever software you're using. Okay. Hope the presentation was okay. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions or...
Please feel free to ask any secret level questions.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Secret Level is a new upcoming animated series on Amazon Prime, which is, if you think of it, all the gaming characters, let's say God of War character or which other Sifu or even Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, actually, I have the. If I can show you,
of course,
I have the trailer for the Secret Level.
If we can have the video again, please.
Yeah, this on desktop, Secret Level.
It's time. This world has waited for your arrival. It is you. You will open the door. Because you are the chosen. All those moments. It's a new adventure. Just for you.
Have a game to play.
Yeah. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, so that is what he has worked on with his team, and it's absolutely stunning. So if you have any questions, please ask him. Sure. If you want to know more about ZBrush, you can ask him. We have the ZBrush team as well on the left there, ZBrush for iPad if you want to try it out. Does not matter if you've never used ZBrush for iPad or ZBrush. Try it out. We just released it recently. It's super fun. You can also scan the QR code to win the Maxon 1 license. And we'll see you in next 15 minutes. Thank you.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know.
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduced Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon 1, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to Caustic's improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions, but adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. And we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations, featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new Field Driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing tune-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video, curves, levels, and working with...
Apologies and welcome back, everybody. We are live from IBC and we have amazing Fabian Oberhammer, who is also known as the Dizzy Viper, who does amazing photorealistic work. First time when I saw his work, I thought it was a photo. And I was asking him, which film did you use? Because I do a lot of film photos. And he was like, no, it's a render. I was like, no, you're joking. And he was like, no, it's a render. And then he showed me how he did it. And I was like, that is stunning. And he does a lot of daily posts and daily work, which is brilliant. He's going to take us through his process and how he looks at work not for monetization, but as passion. And he's going to take us through the process and we are going to go through it. He's also shared some assets with us for you to download. So you can scan them, download the work of not just his, but other artists as well who have presented here and will present here. So please scan and you can play along with it, not just today, but down the line as well. And I'll let Dizzy take ahead and explain further.
Yeah, thank you very much for the amazing introduction, Karen. I appreciate it very much. So, hello everybody. My name is Fabian Oberhammer, also known as the Dizzy Viper online. And my talk today is called No Financial Pressure on Art Since 2014. And that is because, well, I started exploring the 3D space in 2014, so just over 10 years ago, of which 8 years I'm using Cinema 4D. And so I did this work, or like the commissioned work and professional work for about 6 years, working in different movie studios or also freelancing, which I have both stopped quite fast after starting it, because it, like the title says, it puts too much financial pressure on my passion, which is the creation of art and 3D environments. Working in these studios pretty much left me with no choice but to do what my boss said, even though if I didn't like it that much, also with like super tight deadlines, which, just destroyed my passion within, I want to say within hours of starting the jobs. So I took a different approach. Nowadays I am doing art exhibitions, so like I'm doing fine art, as well as giving talks like the middle picture shows, like the one I'm doing today. And also doing client work, of course, which on the picture on the right you can see a picture of a live show from the DJ Excision, which I'm most of the time being involved in their yearly or 2 yearly projects and stage visuals. So I do not do this for a living, and that is not because I don't get clients, but it is on purpose. So my true passion stays clean of finances. That, of course, doesn't mean that I don't do client work, but that means that I freely choose which clients I will work with and which clients I don't want to work with, or on which projects I want to work on and on which projects I don't want to work on. So that leaves the question, of course. So, Fabian, what covers your bills? What do you do for a living? Well, first I'm going to show you my reel, and then I'm going to talk about what I do for a living. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. So the later project that you saw in the reel just now with the abandoned cars, that is what I'm going to into depth today in the second half of my presentation. But now, what do you do for a living? Sorry. There we go. This is what I do for a living. So I'm Italian. I'm from the Italian Alps and the Dolomites, and my family owns a small B&B, and that is what I do for a living. I do this simply because I needed something that covers my bills, that is not my true passion, but that I also don't absolutely hate doing. So that really came in handy, especially because it's just a half-day job. So I work from 8 to 1, and after that I can do whatever I want, which is perfect because, yeah, I have all the time that I need and all the time I want for the things that I love doing. So, yeah, why do I do it? It is exactly for that reason. It is because I did not want to... I'm trying to find the right word for this. I did not want to sabotage my passion and what I love doing because I have to think about money. Because to me, it just has no space in this path of my life. And it also makes my art worse. And I saw this for projects that I just didn't enjoy doing. I have worked with clients where I was like, it's paid well, but I really hate doing it. And I did it, and the client wasn't happy with it, of course, because it didn't turn out the way that my other work turns out. And I just had to tell him, look, this is the reason for it is because I didn't enjoy doing it. And or maybe also sometimes, maybe because, let me just log into this really quick. Hold on, I'll do that later. So I'm going to go a little bit into the clients that I work with and why I work with them. Most recently, for the past year or so, I have been getting into a very different field from my usual work, which is spacecraft. These are companies that came to me asking, hey, can we have a cool render of our spacecraft and how it works? And I told them, of course, let me try that. I'm very into space. I really like exploring that. And I like seeing how the technology works. So I told them, yeah, let's give it a try. I'm not sure if I can do it the way you want it right now, but I'm sure I can learn it during the process. And so we started working, I started working with Atomos, which is a Colorado-based spacecraft company. And the job was so much fun, not only because it was a very interesting work, but because the people that I worked with were very understanding of my work. So they knew what they needed, they knew how they needed to talk to me, and they knew how to make me happy, so to say. Same with another company called GateSpace, which makes satellites as well. So so I make renders for them. I don't do the modeling on these things, actually. I get all the models from the companies that create the CAD models that are, of course, super accurate. And I'm just left with doing materials, animation, and just making it look cool for the clients. Even if it's sometimes not 100% accurate on what it will look like in real life. But it doesn't really matter because you will never see them in real life anyways. Nobody will. So as long as the propulsion system, for example, looks cool enough for the client to be, hey, that looks nice, my job is all done, and that's what I love. The next part is going to be my daily renders. This is what I've been doing for actually almost most part of my life, or a big part of my life now. I create one artwork every single day from start to finish, no exceptions, except for when I'm here. So when I'm on vacation or when I am giving talks in other cities, I do not own a laptop for rendering. I own a laptop, but it's not good enough for rendering. So I work ahead on those. But generally, I do one start to finish every single day. And actually, I don't spend a whole lot of time on these renders. Any render that you see on the screen right now was done in under 2 hours. And most of that is just fine-tuning lighting. So coming up with the idea usually takes a few seconds, or I get the idea throughout the day while I'm at work. And then I write during noon, so before getting lunch, is my time where I make my daily renders. And that is always that time. If I'm very hungry, I have to get a little more hungry because the daily render comes first. And I've been very, very persistent with this, which had a few very great advantages, also for client work, which first I got super fast at working. Like I said, sub 2 hours for any of these, and I very rarely get above 3 hours, above 2 hours on any renders I make. Then secondly, I learned how to not have art blocks, not how to, how to work with an art block, but I learned how to not have them, which is a blessing when working with clients. And they go like, "Hey, we have this idea, what would you do with it?" I can come up with like 10 concepts in like half an hour and just show them all that, and they always are very happy with that. As well as I've been getting better and better every single day. That is probably the biggest advantage of these renders, because I force myself to do something every single day, and that way it stays in my mind. So even if I don't use Cinema 4D for, let's say, 10 days or a month, I don't unlearn how to do certain things anymore. Out of these daily renders, there came my most famous project, which were the barn finds. The one on the other has maybe seen one of these images before. And I made these in November of 2022, just to test out my dust shader that I created, just to see how fall-off nodes work and just to experiment a little bit with it. And since I'm a massive car guy, I decided to, let's make a few automotive enthusiast hearts bleed by having them abandoned somewhere in a garage. The funny part about it is that most of these cars are so new that they cannot be looking like this yet, which leaves everybody looking at it, what the hell is going on? And the reason that they got so famous, I think, is simply because the untrained eye thought it was real, and they got shared everywhere, including news sites that claimed that they are somewhere in Dubai, which they're definitely not. I even online got corrected on what it is, because somebody said, "Hey, this is just fake," and a comment underneath just says, "No, it's not. I was there." No, you definitely weren't. And it was just a really fun experience. And this was the first time that I achieved something that I would call photorealistic, even though it's not super detailed. It is the bad quote-unquote lighting that makes them look real, which is this like super amateur flashlight, really quickly just, I gotta take a picture for Instagram on this. And the whole lighting setup on this is exactly what it would be in real life. It's one camera, one light above it, super bright, that's it. And it works like a charm. And then after a few weeks of people asking, because I only made like 10 or 15 of these, people started asking, we followed you for the barn finds. Why don't you make barn finds anymore? Because on the image before, you saw that I also make different things. Like I make different topics every single day. I don't stick to like one thing. I just do whatever I like exactly that day. So I thought, you know what? You're right. I could do some more barn finds, but I don't want to do the same thing again. So I decided to flood a few cars and just super expensive, super new cars, flooding them in garages, and and just wonder what people are gonna say about it, and what new theories people are gonna invent on what it was, which is actually the most fun part about this. Reading all the comments and seeing who lies and who thinks about what could it be? Is it models? Is it a video game? Is it real? Is it and then in, what was it? I think it was April or May, those Dubai floodings happened in real life. So I thought, hey, you know what? Let's take that as an inspiration as well and do this exact same with Dubai too. And this is where, during this time, I kind of found a lighting way to, that I will show you later in the Cinema 4D that I really think almost fools the eye now. I can still see everything that doesn't work in these renders, but I don't really I don't want to say I don't really care about it because I do it in one day, so I have to really optimize my workflow to thinking, okay, what will everybody see? What will only I see? And so I leave a lot of things away that people will simply not look at. I'm going to point out a few flaws if you like. For example, on here, the way that all this grass is scattered on the window, I don't think it would look like this in real time, or that there is a wall behind that window that shouldn't be there. But I simply, first of all, that wall is there because I forgot to delete it before rendering, and I just didn't want to re-render it again. So I just left it in there, and that's the thing, nobody will notice. And you can save yourself hours of time by just doing only what matters. And one scene that I brought for you today is the center one, which is the Pagani Utopia. And I brought this scene because it's hilarious when you see it in the scene file, because it's so much more simple than what you think. And just have a few models over here that are spinning, nice spinny cars. Also, the texturing process on these is all nodes. There is no substance painter on it, nothing. It's all just materials, nodes, and very dirty, quick work. The way that I put, for example, all of these needles and leaves on it is I just copy the entire body of the car, delete all the materials off it, and take 2 or 3 different decal textures from Quixel and just smack them on that body, and make that body like 0.1% bigger than the actual car body, and then you already have the entire body covered in leaves and whatever. And together with this mud material, the effect looks convincing enough. So what does the scene look like when you look at it in Cinema 4D? This is everything. This is the entire scene. The house goes below the entire water surface. The water surface is not even that big. What is big is the surface beneath because it reflects above. So in this scene, there's only things that will visibly affect your scene. There's nothing outside of it. There are only trees that actually make shadows. No other trees. There are only walls and greenery that actually reflect in the cars. No other greenery. And these are all hand placed. You can place them within a minute. Push the house down, put the water in, and of course I'm saying this as if it is actually not that much work, but it's just like I optimized the workflow for me fast enough that I can do it really quickly. And looking at the lighting and other texturing, the lighting in my scenes is a very, very simple thing. I sometimes use HDRIs, but most of the time for these renders where there is no visible sky, I just use a daylight and crank the power up to like 20 to sort of get this like washed out, overexposed look, like amateur photography. And if we have a look at the debris on the car, you can see that the debris is floating. And this is usually something that you spend another 20 minutes fixing. But if you put the daylight in, it's not that visible anymore, so why fix it? And all the little glitches like you see on the right fender over there, there's like a little displacement glitch where there's a black outline around the needles. Just paint that out in Photoshop and you're good. Added the ground, added water, added debris the same way that I added the leaves on the car. So let's go into the scene for a moment, and I'll show you around a little bit. Hold on. Could we, by the way, just for a second, turn off the screen because I have to insert my password into the Octane, and I don't really. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, great. All good. Thank you. You can go back to the... So let's go into the scene. Also, one thing that I like to mention for these scenes, as realistic as they look, they are very not heavy on the computer. So like you could render these with like 3 gigabytes of VRAM essentially, because they're really, really not that heavy. The only heavy thing is the shader on the car, but that's about it. And as you can see, the scene is flipped. This is basically because I created the scene before thinking about that I wanted to flip it later. Or I created the scene, and then while in the process, I figured, like it would look better if it was flipped for some reason. And so instead of, moving everything in the other direction, I just said, okay, you know what? Let me just flip all the text in the scene, and then flip everything later in Photoshop, and then everything works out again. So essentially, the Pagani sign in the background, for example, this one, which is where was it? Which is this one right here, back. It is just a decal on a plane, and in the scene it is flipped, so it reads backwards, because after flipping it in Photoshop, the text should be right again. So looking at the scene, where's my camera? There. Also, don't mind the mess on the right side. I don't have to send this to anyone using it in a pipeline, so I don't organize anything in my scenes ever, unless I have to work with somebody. And so if we look at all of these decals, for example, you can see that this is just a copy of my car body that I pretty much just selected one by one, like just going through like this, selecting all the car parts that need dirt or need debris on it, and just copy that onto the car, slightly bigger than it, so it's visible, like that. And I do this to all the cars. And the thing is, once you do this with one material or one car, you can do this to all the other cars. You basically just create composite and mixed materials for every single material that you used. And this is being very quickly. You basically only have to make the shader once and apply it to all the objects that you want. They all get dirty. They all have debris on it. And yeah, that's how that works. That's how you can do this stuff in like literally minutes. And like I said, the thing that I spent most time on is, different sun angles, different rotations. That's pretty much it. That's also why I have so many daylights in here, as you can see. These are just different iterations of what I do. So I create one daylight. I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but maybe I can make it better. Make another copy, disable the old one, do everything again, and see if I can make a better lighting, and so on and so forth. And after I have like 4, 5, 6 different daylights, I go through each of them and select the best one. And I do the same thing with camera filters. I think over here I only have 2 cameras, but because the second one already was perfect. And yeah, that's how that works. And the same thing, of course, also on the house. The entire house has also a second body with just the leaves on it. Like that. And then I have a second scene brought as well, which showcases the... Wait, open. Which showcases another problem with the... Oh no, that's the wrong one, sorry. There. That showcases another problem that I just don't fix because I don't have the time to do it, which is this one. As you can see here, this is a raw render from Octane, and then on the right side there is the finished image. And with displacement, there is always a problem when your UVs are not set right, which I don't do because I don't have the time for it. I just use cubic mapping for everything. Like, I think unless the car has a livery on it that already is UV'd, I always use cubic mapping for literally everything. And just play around with Octane nodes to pretty much, sort of make it not as visible. But the problem with displacement is that it creates these really ugly outlines. As you can see also over here, it just breaks the mesh for a reason. And I could spend time to fix this, UVing it, setting the font tags right, or I could just render it out and just Photoshop it out with the Band-Aid tool. And that's what I do. That takes seconds and has the same effect. Of course, this is a little bit harder for videos, but I have to say that most of my work are still renders. And let's see. Oh yeah, of course. Also, I fixed things like these. Like there's a little bit of sky visible, which I think is a little bit off-throwing. This like bright left corner. Just paint it out. And one thing I do for social media, I don't know if it's that visible on the screen here, but the right one is a lot sharper and a lot crisper. And I over-sharp every single image in Photoshop a little bit because it really brings out this crispiness on social media. For client work, maybe it's not that necessary because it's going to be very large anyways. But if you're on a small little phone, it's only 1080 by 1350 in resolution. It looks like it's 4K, which is a really cool deal. Saves a lot of render time as well. Coming up next is the other scene that I have here, that I opened up on accident earlier, which is this scene right here. You saw it earlier in the presentation too. And I want to show here the lighting setup that I created. Also here, of course, the scene is very small, very dirty, very, just not very cleaned up, but it serves the purpose, and that's what matters. The entire lighting setup, as you can see, is the camera with a tiny, tiny light above it that is extremely bright. It is not the brightness is not coupled to the size, of course, because if it's just a small light, it would be really, really small, very, very dark. And as my camera settings, I always use something, in the 40 to 55-ish, depending on what look I want to have. In this case, I want a phone look, and phones have a quite low focal length in that sense. Whereas the human eye usually has about 55 focal length, roughly the equivalent. So depending on what look I want to go for, I just use that focal length. I personally, I don't know anything about cameras, so my entire knowledge about photography came from Cinema 4D. So it was like reverse learning, sort of. Let's see, what else do we have? I think I should show you the shader that you can download. By the way, if you scanned the QR code earlier on, you can get access to all of these shaders that I created. I translated them to Redshift as well. So I've been just starting out in Redshift, so I thought it would be a good way to learn the render engine by translating a few of my shaders first. And I'm sure there are Redshift users here. I'm sure there are Octane users here, and whatever plugin you use, you can use these shaders for free for anything. If you mention me in your post, that would be always nice to see. I just have to see where my materials are, because the interface looks a little different from mine. Where is it? This one? Oh yeah, thank you. It looks a lot different. Like I forgot to bring my own interface, or like my own layout. So these are the shaders that I have. As you can see, it's a mixed material, which is a little bit outdated. Nowadays you use composite materials, but it is just my comfort zone to use mixed materials for now. So yeah, let me open that. There we go. So the node setup here is super simple. Let me just arrange this. The node setup is here super simple. This is the entire shader, which is essentially a fall-off node that puts out a black and white image of of angles of a surface. And in this case, I set that to a 90 degree angle, meaning that there's only either dust on top or only mud at the bottom of the object. That one is mixed with a noise to just break up that evenness a little bit. Output into a gradient to control the sharpness and sort of like a contrast for the fall-off node. Both of them are added together with a grunge map that is there to further control. Where is this? Here it's very well visible. To further control these little streaks here. So the octane noise is actually there to control the main shape of these what do you call it? Or of this seam? Yeah, seam. To control the main shape of the seam, and then I have the grunge map on top of that to really add in those fine little details. for the mud. And then in the two materials, you basically just have your dirt material and your car paint material. That's about it. And as for the car paint material, I use a material by Smouse, which that node tree is a little bit crazier, but I don't ever do anything in that. And by the way, this goes. Sorry. By the way, one thing I would like to say about my work, I very rarely model anything. It is something that I just really don't enjoy doing at all, which really helps me, which really opens a lot of doors for me to work with other artists that model these cars. I have a few friends that, make cool body kits and stuff, and they go, hey, I made this new Porsche body kit, do you want to do a render with it? I'm like, of course, let's do it. And so it leaves a lot of space to collaborate with people. And yeah, like I said, I don't like modeling that much. Has nothing to do with the software. It's just generally I don't really enjoy doing it. What I love doing is creating materials, creating shaders, lighting, and rendering. That is what I truly love doing. And for the end of the presentation, I would like to show you a little quote that really always inspires me with my passion. These are two quotes by Rick Rubin. The audience comes last. I'm not making it for them, I'm making it for me. And it turns out that if you do something truly for yourself, you're doing the best you possibly can for the audience. And that is something that sometimes is not obvious because you think, I have to maintain a certain standard. I have to maintain a certain look to, have people enjoy my work. But people will see that you do it for them and it will not turn out that well anymore. Whereas if you do it truly for yourself, they see the passion and they like it a lot more. And the second quote is about corporate and commissioned work for larger companies. They're not being made by a person who cares about it. They're made by people who are trying to make something that they think someone else is going to like. And that's not how art works. That's not art. It's commerce. And those two quotes just stuck with me forever. And they just really nail down my entire mindset of why I do what I do, why I do how I do it, and how I would like to continue to do it for the next, I don't know, like daily renders, my current goal is 10 years. That doesn't mean that I'll stop then. I still love doing it every single day. And, we'll see where this journey leaves me. That being said, that was my presentation. If you like to check out my work, make sure to, check out on social media. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. And if you have any questions, feel free now or later on. I'm always around for the day.
Thank you so much, Fabian. It was amazing. See, I told you his work is brilliant, isn't it? I was mesmerized by it. And if you all have any questions, you can always ask him. He's going to be around. You can always hang out. You can check out ZBrush for iPad. You can scan the QR code to get a chance of winning Maxon 1 license as well. We'll be here. We'll be back in 15-20 minutes. And we'll have Jenny Cox from ZDF Digital and Chan Erduman presenting next. Thank you. Cheers.
HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs & Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU-accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions to adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as framing your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all have had your lunch. We have a few more presentations to go, and we have amazing Roger Kilimanjaro all the way from Paris, France, here. He is an amazing 3D artist who is apparently obsessed with beautiful looping animations. His work is really stunning, and I had an opportunity to meet him last year in Paris, and it's really hard to get hold of him, but I finally did. He does brilliant work. Please follow him on Instagram, amazing stuff. You can also scan to download the assets and play around with the work of artists, and I'll let Roger take ahead. Go for it.
Thank you, Karen. So, hey everyone, thank you for joining. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Maxon, for having me. So my name's Roger Kilimanjaro. I've been doing 3D for almost 12 years now. And I've always been fairly obsessed with looping animation. And I've been using Cinema 4D pretty much all years. So it's an honor to be here presenting. So before getting into the presentation, I'll show you my show wheel, which is a bit of client and personal work. Let's go. So pretty simple presentation in two parts. First time the loops, and second the satisfaction. So I've made a great number of loops along during the years, from weird golden noodle machine to slicing stuff, melting stuff. It's a lot of fun. The question is why making something loop? I think there is some advantages, but also disadvantages. For the pros, well, it looks cool. You don't know where it starts, where it ends. It's kind of hypnotical. It can add to the story you're trying to tell. So if you want to convey some ideas of infinity, repetition, or a moment suspended in time, it's an excellent problem-solving exercise. When you want to loop something, you will encounter a lot of problems, and yeah, it's a very good practice. This one is a bit shallow, but user will usually spend a bit more time on the animation, trying to find the end and stuff. So, for example, this loop is like 1 second, which is pretty impressive because you want to watch it for a long time. There is some disadvantages, of course. It's a bit more work, usually a lot more work. I think, in my opinion, a bad loop is worse than no loop. If you forget a tiny detail or you have a jump in frames, I mean, if you want to go seamless loop, you have to commit. And third, it can feel a bit gimmicky. At the end of the day, if you want to tell a story, it doesn't have necessarily to loop, and sometimes it's not worth it. Without being too technical, I would like to just give you a very basic idea of the loop science. The main idea is really simple. The animation has to start and to end with the same frame. So far, pretty simple. So each element of the animation have to follow the same rules. So if you have an animation on a certain part or your camera, first and end frame have to be the same coordinate, etc. You can have some element looping inside of the loop. So for example, 2 times, 3 times. But all you have to make sure is that the duration is a fraction of the total loop length. So every time it loops, it comes back also to the first frame. At some points, you will need to offset the tracks, for example, to synchronize something or to really tweak exactly how you want the choreography of everything coming together. So to maintain the loop, you have to duplicate the tracks, so having the keyframes continue. So you come back to the loop even if it's offsetting. I'll show you in practice what this means. So I have this loop, for example, where I have some elements looping, and I wanted it to be like very synchronized to the beats. So I had to really like tweak at the exact frame when I wanted, for example, the pyramid to explode and stuff like that. So in practice, I prepared like a simplified version of the scene. So you have a 60-second long loop, everything is looping correctly. But as soon as I want to tweak a little bit, for example, if I decide to like offset this animation, of course the loop is broken. So the idea is really to repeat the animation before and after. So there is really a quick way of doing it. For example, if you select the track, so you see we have the 2 loops, and then you have this property where you can repeat before the loop. So you can see it's repeating, and also after. And now, as you can see, the loop is repaired. And no matter how much you offset, the loop will still continue. So that's pretty cool. Basically, that's the main simple core idea of what a loop is in terms of keyframes. But one thing that is particularly harder to loop for simulation, you have to first bake the simulation. So you have, each time it loops, you have the same results because of their random nature. Simulation can be different each time you play it. So if you bake it and duplicate it, you should be good. So, for example, this is an animation I made recently, and I had this wall of tiles falling. And as you can see, each time it falls, the next iteration of the simulation starts, and it's always the same results. Oops, sorry. It's always the same results, so you get this continuity between each simulation. But one thing that really sells the effect, I think, is to overlap the simulation, which means you have to make a longer simulation compared to the length of your loops. So you can overlap them, meaning when the loop starts, you have a tiny bit of the end of the simulation that's playing at the same time. So you really get this feeling of continuity. As you can see, when I play this one, as the next one starts, the previous one is still finishing. So you really get this fluid motion. And I think it's really amplify the looping aspect. So I've prepared like a simplified scene to show you what it means in practice. So I have this wall of tile falling, simple animation. And once you've cached it or baked it, like it will run exactly the same each time. Once you get that, you can bake it into an alembic, which is like rasterize the simulation and all the geometry into like one object that you can then offset in time. So there is this option, merge generated, that really merge all the parts together, and you get one single object that's really easy to handle next. So you export it. Can now hide the other one, and then you get this looping, sorry, not looping yet, you get this animation, very fluid. And now to get the looping aspect we talked about, we have to duplicate. So I'm going to duplicate this one. And now for them to loop, I have to subtract the duration of the loop. Let's say, for example, we have here 120 frames. If I want a 60 frame loop, I just need to like subtract 60 frames. To this one. So here I have the little bits that will finish at the start, and then the next one can occur. So as you can see, we have the same state for this one, but we have a little problem. There is nothing behind, so we have to do the opposite. I can duplicate this one, but I will offset it in the future, basically. So I've put it like 60 frames. And now what you have is a perfectly looping loop with simulation. But the effect is nice, but as you can see, if I hide everything, they are intersecting. So what's cool in the example I showed you, it's like you have this constant motion. So each time a wall of tiles fall, the camera is slightly moving, so you get really this impression of infinity. So it's very easy to do once you get this setup. You can like for example, offset a few centimeters back for this one. Oops, sorry. Let's say 4 centimeters. And the future one, we can add 4. And now they're not overlapping. But as you can see, as we offset them, we don't have the same end frame. It's like a little bit off. And to compensate, we have to animate the camera. So basically, I parented the camera to a null. Here it is. And when I move this null, the camera is traveling, basically. So if I go back to the camera, and if I animate the camera from 0 to 4 centimeters, and make it a linear movement, so we get really discontinuity. Then we go back to the same frame at the end and at the start. So now you have a really good looping simulation. One last detail, it's 60 frames long, but as our rule says, the first frame and the end frame must be the same, so we have a repetition of the same frame. So basically all you have to do is to subtract one frame, and then you have a perfectly seamless looping animation. All right. So that's mainly it for the looping part. For this next part, satisfaction. A little disclaimer, of course, satisfaction is highly subjective. There is no like perfect recipe to make something satisfying per se. But I just want to share my approach and what I've learned along the way. So what I found really efficient is to really start with a simple core idea. Like you want really to extract what makes something enjoyable to watch and present it in a minimal way. At least that's what I do in my work. I like to use some really like grounded and realistic material, so you get something closer to reality, and you have a better time connecting with it. So you want to almost touch it or eat it sometimes. A good rhythm, of course, is very important to really get this sense of continuity and repetition. Also, well-timed action, for example, as the lime is in the air, the slicing occurs when it's just at the peak of its jump. So it's really like a dance or a choreography, and it's really an important aspect. Of course, the seamless loop really helps a lot amplify this feeling of satisfaction. You get this fluidity. And last but not least, I think a lot of my work revolves around playfulness and fun. And yeah, Cinema 4D is a great toolbox and a sandbox to really play with material, physics, textures and stuff. And I think if you want to convey some kind of satisfaction in the result, you have to be satisfying with the process. So it's a lot of play, basically. So next, I wanted to share my latest exploration following this approach. So I have this very interesting piece I made. I've been lately really into this kind of transformative, transitioning material where you have several layers of matter that overlap themselves. I think it's pretty cool. And what's funny about this one is that it doesn't include simulation. I love simulation, but sometimes they take a lot of time and effort. And I learned that if you cut the right corner, you can get a very similar result in a very, very much lighter way and easier way. So in practice, what this means, I have this one here. So basically I have this simplified version. I'm going to show you. Oops, sorry. Sorry, render view. All right. So basically, this is the first layer of gold. So as you can see, there is no simulation and stuff. It's all happening in the material. So let me show you from the start. So if I create a new material, there you go. So basically what I do is I'm using a ramp which is like a gradient from black to white. Let me solo it. So if I change the direction, in this case horizontal, you get this gradient from the top to the bottom. And if you pinch the gradient like so, you get a nice separation, so you get two distinct parts. And basically what I did is I animated the UVs here. So basically I'm offsetting the U of the texture. And then there is this really cool aspect of the ramp. You can customize. It has a noise parameter. And if you crank it up, you get this liquidy effect. That's really cool. Let me just find a good spot I had in my previous one. There you go. Yeah, you can really get some interesting results. And once you get that, you have to connect both material. Let's say our white part is the gold and our black part is the blue. So all you have to do is to blend both material with a material blender. And I have my material ready here. If I create a reference for the gold, a reference for the clay one. So basically I have my two materials. The base material is the clay and the other is the gold. And basically you map it to the black and white value. So you get this kind of result basically. So that's the main idea of the loop. And when you scroll, you can see it falling down. But it lacks a bit of details, I think. And really, I think the interesting part of this animation, maybe I can show you in full so you get a better sense. So yeah, basically I added multiple layers to really complexify the loop. And you get this really 3D displaced effect on the liquids to really give this impression of it's a real matter really descending on the object. So how I did that is actually pretty simple. It's with a displacement. So if I had a displacement and I copy my ramp and plug it in on the displacement. Sorry, up. Sorry. Take. Oh yeah, I've soloed the note. Up. There you go. You get this really matter effect, a bit displaced. And of course you can amplify it. Sorry, not this one. In this section. So if you want more or less organic matter. But what's really cool with gradients is that you can sculpt really how the profile of your liquid. For example, if I go back to my ramp and I start adding some color nodes, for example, a black one, you're starting to get this transition. Basically, when it's black, there is no hate, and when it's white, you get all the thickness of the material. So basically, with sculpting a little bit, you can really get some interesting results. For example, if you add a bit of gray in the middle, you can really get this sense of liquid, which is really fun. Maybe a bit too much on the displacement. But yeah, basically you get this really interesting effect, and it's really fast because of course it's just texture work. So yeah, that's basically how I did this one. So I've used this technique a lot because I love it so much. It has a lot of use, I think. And lately I've upgraded a little bit. So instead of using ramps, I've used vertex map, which give a bit more organic aspect to the transformation. If I show you the results. So now you get this really cool, like random growth effect that works really well. And yeah, I think this one works really well. So basically, it's the same method. Where is it? Here. So it's basically the same method, yeah. So if I'm, unless I'm using the correct. So if I add a vertex map to the thing, basically a vertex map is like a different map with data. So like red is 0 and yellow is 1, for example. If I use transfer to be able to use field with a vertex map, which is very powerful, I animated this little drop actually, which triggered the animation. So as you can see, it's just falling on the cube, and I can add this drop to the vertex map, and when it comes close to the object, you have some values. So basically 1 when it's yellow, and you have a gradient of values that you can use for driving different effects. So let me show you how it works. So you get this one. I can reduce a little bit the radius. So basically it's like the impact of the droplets. Let's say 7. And when you get that, you have this modifier layer that's called freeze, and you have this function here. This function of grow, which basically like extend the zone, the yellow zone to at a certain speed. So now, if I just need to add it, and now when I play it back, when the drop will fall, like the vertex will entirely cover the object. It's a bit fast, so I can just tone down the effect, let's say 10%, and maybe reduce to 5. So now it should be, yeah, so we come back to this very organic, like slow and covering the object. Also one thing which is nice to do to add a little bit of randomness, it's to add a shader fill, which basically you can add some noise to the overall animation, so you get more randomness and organic growth. If you overlay and add some, oops, sorry. Sorry. Yes. So noise, and basically there you can see you get much more variation. So now it's a bit extreme, but if I tone down a little bit the, let's say, the contrasts of the noise, get something a bit more subtle, but yet a lot more details. And now if I go back to Redshift, sorry, I don't have. Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, sorry. I have to work with the material now. So basically my Vertex map is named Vertex map. Let's call it grow. And now in my materials, let me start from scratch. You have the parameter where you can find your vertex attributes. We call it grow. And now what you get, it's a black and white map, similar to the gradient we had. And you can basically do the same thing we did earlier, which is adding details in the gradients of the black and white. So basically what I did was this one. Call it grow. So that's the original material I had. And yeah, so that's how you get this really cool wavy, liquidy effect. And if I zoomed in, so basically, yeah, I did the same thing. You have your, black and white map. It's transitioning to both material. So I made a glass one and a tile one, which is green. And in the displacement part, I made like this more elaborate gradients, where following the same rules. When it's white, you get some thickness, and when it's dark, you get nothing. And in between, it's a lot of waves and stuff. So you really get this effect in the end. There you go, you can see better. So yeah, that's how I made it. And yeah, that's it for me, guys. I hope you had a good time. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, I'll be in the back if you have some questions or stuff. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Roger. Wasn't it amazing? It's brilliant, hey? Roger, you have 45 more minutes. Another presentation. Everybody liked it. I'm just joking. He does amazing stuff, so please have a chat with him. If you have any questions, you can ask now, or you can just connect with him later. He'll be around. We'll be back in 25 minutes. We have Chan and Jenny presenting next from ZDF Digital. They'll be talking about dinosaurs and stuff, so it's going to be cool. We'll see you shortly. You can also scan the QR code to get a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. Please do not hesitate, and if you have any questions, please ask me. We'll see you all in a bit. Thank you.
Results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon 1 subscription, and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You have toys and tools, professional tools. iPad, ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types based on nano VDB technology allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in Pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new Pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new Field Driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, team.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You know, you have toys and tools, professional tools. iPad, ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, you know, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, you know, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, you know, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, you know, so I can see that being a real plus. You know?
Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rigged animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particulars Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 Red Giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Today, we're thrilled to unveil the September release of Maxon 1, packed with updates and enhancements to our award-winning tools, including Cinema 4D, Cineware, ZBrush, Redshift, and Red Giant. This release is especially designed to empower artists on the go, streamline workflows, and boost precision and control like never before. We're excited to introduce ZBrush for iPad, which brings the powerful features of ZBrush on the go, allowing you to sculpt whatever you can imagine anywhere you feel creative. Cinema 4D 2025 extends fast and intuitive unified simulation and particles even further with tools to help you better art direct projects, while advanced users will enjoy new tools to create efficient procedural animation. With Redshift, artists enjoy production-class GPU rendering, now more photoreal than ever thanks to Caustic's improvements, while also offering more creative options for non-photorealism. And Red Giant gives editors and compositors powerful tools to add effects, transitions, and correct color using Maxon Studio to quickly apply creative capsule templates, Geo to add 3D objects with After Effects, plus a new powerful color correction tool for both After Effects and Premiere. Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. ZRemesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces.
Welcome back, everybody. We have 2 more presentations to go, and we now have Jenny Cox from ZDF Digital, who's a 3D generalist, and back again, Chan Erduman, who had presented yesterday afternoon. Sometime yesterday, and he's back again. They're going to present together about the new documentary that they worked on and which has released in US, is going to release in Europe later this year. They're going to take us through the process of how things were used and how they created the documentary. I'll let you both take ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction. So let's get started with a quick overview of what we're talking about. So we will just discuss the freelancer network I have and myself and the people I work with along with Jenny. And then we will go over the Fateful Planet documentary, set the timeline, and then show the character trailer. And after that, I will talk about the creation process, on how we created those dinosaurs. And I will also give you some rigging tips and show the animation workflow. And then get over to Jenny, who's talking about the world building, how the whole world was created in Unreal Engine. That was done right now. So that is me. My name is Chan Erduman. I'm a freelance senior character artist. I'm in business since 2006. I started with the old school apps like 3ds Max and Maya. And I switched over to Cinema 4D because my professor at the university made me to do so. But since then, I loved it and I'm still staying with it. And I became beta tester for Maxon in 2013. I'm still beta testing, and the collaboration is pretty awesome with them. And yeah, what can you say? I simply love characters. I don't know if I become slowly a character myself or if my characterisms are reflected in the work I do. So this is my work. I do mostly commercials, advertisement, but also things like this documentary or events. I work in a freelance shared office space with buddies from the university. Some are here. And there we have like scalable manpower. So we're like a mini studio that doesn't exist but is there. And we can get more and more people involved if the task is getting more difficult and more difficult. That was the case in this project, so I asked Lars and Phil to be on board with that. And Alex is actually a part of the Feuerwache, and we all learned character animation together. Phil, for example, has tons of experience and also worked on Emmy Award-winning productions for VFX, and he's also a concept artist. And while he's still freelancing, he's also his own gaming company called Moonspire Games, and he creates indie games also. Lars, for his side, is an excellent modeler, sculptor, and texturer. I've worked alongside with him for many, many years, and it's always a pleasure. But how about you, Jenny?
Yeah, hi, my name is Jen, and I'm a 3D generalist at ZDF Digital. I've been doing this for about 12 years, and I actually started out in the TV industry. So 2 years ago, I joined ZDF Digital, and where I got to work with Can. And yeah, that's what we're going to show you now.
The Fateful Planet documentary. So the project started with Curiosity Stream in America approaching ZDF Digital, and that was a collaboration. So the whole studio went to the production, doing it in-house. And for the production overview, you see that's 5 episodes, around 1 hour each, and not every episode had characters inside. So the other episodes are still VFX heavy, so there was a lot of planning involved. But me as a character artist, I would like to concentrate on those. Here are the episodes. It's 4.3 hours in total. And as you can see by the names, it's like going through the dramatic changes our planet has undertaken throughout the millions and billions of years. What's really extra special about this project is that we have this long playtime, and we had a really tiny crew. So those are the people that actually sit on the PCs doing the post-process work, like 3D, and there are, of course, more people involved in this that are holding the camera. Outside there are editors, etc., etc. So those are the people that actually did the 3D animations, plus the director and production managers. But without further ado, no more talking, let's just see a trailer. Thank you so much. Thanks. Let's talk about the production pipeline. So creating dinosaurs, at the first step, we do have ZBrush, actually sculpting those dinosaurs out of digital clay. We then, after it's finished, redo and polish the 3D model to have a deformable, clean wireframe model, which then has also great UVs. And then we use Substance Painter to texture and give it the surface properties we need to be like super realistic. After that, we go to Cinema 4D, which is also great in the pipeline, to do the rigging, the shading, and the animation, of course. And then we use the Cineware tools to directly go into Unreal Engine, where the worlds are created and everything comes together. And the pipeline is really great so far, so we love it. And one thing that was really cool was that we used Unreal Engine, so we also had access to the Unreal Marketplace. So of course there are dinosaurs that are a bit famous due to some movies that took place, like the T-Rex, for example, or Triceratops. So we bought them to be smart and save some money for us. So that was just a way for us, and we, for those dinosaurs, we could instantly go to Cinema 4D and then Unreal Engine. Speaking of the dinosaurs, I would like to introduce our cast. So we do have the Moschops dinosaur, which means calf face, and besides being super cute, it loved to headbutt his opponents. And the other one is the Gorgonopsid, which is a really interesting kind of animal because it's a reptile and a mammal. And the legs on the back were human-shaped, so it's not a carnivore kind of quadruped that's typical on walking on its fingers. It's really walking on its toes. Yeah, and as I mentioned before, those dinosaurs, you know them, T-Rex, Triceratops. But there was also a little one which survived the meteor crash, so we also had to take care of this. So this mainly is our cast. And let me show you a quick trailer on the final product we did. So after seeing the dinosaurs, let's talk about creating those, making the prehistorics roar again. So as I mentioned before, the T-Rex was already there, so nothing to tackle here. Let's talk about the Gorgonopsid and the Moschops first. This here is rendered in Redshift with a beautiful random walk, subsurface scattering. And we had a story about a predator and his prey, so that was also really interesting here. Phil first did a base mesh roughly, and then added detail and detail and detail, so you can see how it's the differentiating and how much more details get involved here. So all the skin ripples, everything, and even the tongue was pretty detailed, which no one ever saw, but he did it anyways. Here's also a close-up on the head with all those little bumps and all the details. And for the Moschops, it was nearly the same. So we also had the low poly one, the high poly one, and here's some details where you see the intricate folds and everything around that. also the back with showing the folds at the legs and the armor on the back side. And as a non-carnival species, it had really different teeth also, which was super interesting for me. And it kind of reminded me of a dolphin, so I put it in that shape. After finishing the high detail, we needed to get the proper edge flow and have good loops to just get our high details in there. So we also had a good UV layout. We first wanted to do UDIMs, but decided to not to do it first and go with this one. Same also for the mock-ups. And since we had the super high poly models, Phil already used polypaint to paint the diffuse information directly on the points. Here's a close-up again. And with that, we went to Substance Painter. So I had a quick setup in Cinema 4D, creating all the materials. So Substance Painter knows where to put what in the UV layout. So it's more organized, more cleaned. And then we baked down all the details. So we do have ambient occlusion maps, the normal maps, and the curvature, which is super interesting for all the folds and the skin details. After that, Phil started to use the paint and added multiple layers for dirt, mud, etc., etc. So this changes not only the color, but also the surface properties. So here you see it's very glossy and it's quickly getting more and more rough. And you see later on the legs, for example, how the mud is in there and everything gets a bit gritty and dirty. And oh, I wanted to show you this also. Let me quickly jump here. Oh, it doesn't want to. So here's the close-up showing the head of the Gorgonopsid with all the details. And once again, because I liked it so much, the tongue, that was never seen. And basically it's the same for the mock-ups, so we did the whole process again. So with the dinosaurs being there already, but cinema doesn't know what's an arm or a leg, so we started rigging, and that was my major part. So I created the skeleton, and in the viewport I needed to add the controllers to control the skeleton, right? So that was a major thing here. I first did the Triceratops because it's a quadruped, and there I added the controllers first, and here it was really important to have the same orientation like the joints are. So we can copy the joint animation from our board asset onto the controllers directly and then use it as an animation default template, for example, and build upon that. So we have a hybrid workflow. So the first thing I did with the controllers is simply constrain them. It's a forward kinematics. It's, as I mentioned, straightforward. You just add the spine for each joint. You have one controller, and you can do the curvature and everything there. A bit more complicated was the IK and the foot roll, for example. So here I added the IK tag, added a goal, which is the yellow arrow, and then I could just move the foot around. The problem is when it's moving, the dinosaur is moving, it's rolling off the foot, and that with a multi-toe setup is really difficult. So I used all the great tools that Cinema 4D has for characters, like the IK, Spine IK, and for example, what's super important is the up constraint and aim constraint, and that creates a triangle where you have a normal, and you have like a flip-safe way of constraining things together. That way, the toe tips of the joints in red here always try to aim towards the the green ones that can then be rotated to rotate the whole foot around. So there I created multiple different null objects, one for rolling the foot backwards, one to roll it forward, and also having like double the joints here, so it can do a clear and clean rotation. After that, I used user data with a simple slider, and I calculated the sliding process, or the slider, to be degrees, and then just rotate the null objects on the right. And then that resulted in this kind of behavior. As you can see, I can move the goal, and the joints try to grasp the green stuff all the time. Simple as that. And as soon as I touch the slider, you see how they rotate and lift the entire joint structure. This here even more visible on the back rolling. Let's watch that with geometry applied. And then you see it directly how it's happening. And at the last point, it lifts the foot, and there the contact is going backwards also. And the fun thing about everything with quadrupeds is when you have one quadruped, you can just adjust the joints, you get another one or a third one. So I was able to rig all three characters with just one rig. And it was pretty amazing. More amazing was if you see it side by side. So you have two different animals with two different proportions, and they just behave the same way. Also, the foot roll was really good on the Gorgonopsid on the right side, because it was much thinner and human-like. So it looks kind of creepy directly. A totally different thing was the T-Rex, because it has bird-like topology of the skeletons. So as you can see in green, the toe tips of the human are just there, and the T-Rex is running on the toe tips. And the backwards bended leg isn't the leg, it's just the ankle. And I did some tests, like with the Triceratops, and I run into problems every time. It looked a bit different, it's really crazy. Also, I noticed after speaking to a scientist that once the T-Rex runs forward, it needs its claws, you can see it on the right, to push it out of the mud. So it's like a cat scratching while running. Yeah, if there would be a specialist for dinosaurs in a Cinema 4D community, that would be awesome. Yeah. Günther Nikodem came to the rescue, so he grabbed my hand and said, yeah, you need to do it that way, I'm showing you, blah, 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 blah. And he rigged many dinosaurs yet, and he's also a great VFX artist and new compositor, and helped me out with this one, so it's a huge shout out to him. He mentioned that we have to do this, what I did on the Triceratops, to go upwards until here to the ankle again, and then have different null objects that kind of rotate the way. So it's the same as the Triceratops, but the goal is moving in space. So that's the thing. And I said, okay, I don't get it, but I don't care. I won't learn it, but it's good. Thank you so much. And you see it here in particular. That looks good somehow, but as soon as you rotate, it kind of falls apart totally. That was what I was missing there. And at one point, he added this other slider. So you see that scratching kind of thing, where it moves like a cat, tossing itself away. And then you always have the second slider to pull weight on the ankle. And that way it came alive suddenly. So you can see on this side here how it puts weight on the ankle, and it makes it really heavy and not so 3D, more like a puppet or something. So it's really coming alive and looking fluid. So that's also a testament on how good the character tools are in Cinema 4D. And along with the Unreal Engine marketplace asset, there were animations. So we have lots of animations, and my favorite one was not the falling down T-Rex, but the T-Rex going to sleep. I never knew how beautiful it looks. And I didn't know that T-Rex sleep at all. So with the controllers being in place and in the right correctional axis, I had an easy job of just taking the animation here from the left side to the right side via constraint. So I could constrain everything together. So having this axis correctly in the first setup was golden for us. And while I finished the rig, I can show you the process on how the animation took place. So this is the animation from the Epic Market Store. And if you take a look at the feet, you see it's like really strange looking. Here I did the IK work, so every foot is not a loop, but it's in space. And here you see how it looks really strange because the ankle is stretched over. So that was where Günther's controller came in place. And here with a little bit more acting and stuff I did by hand, I had this hybrid approach to the animation. And it looks great and heavy and suddenly started to run. And it came more and more apart. And while I had this kind of workflow for the huge T-Rex, I could use that on the mammal also, which is here. And which is totally different from the behavior, also totally different character rig, but it was the same. So every foot plant here is converted to a hand animation style world space foot plant. And then we started animating the Gorgonopsid, and there we had like a flock of multiple ones, and we needed to create them to be alive. So here I started with the block out, giving it to Jenny to control everything, and then it was polished, as you can see in color here. That's the final animation, and we like had a small catalog of stuff that she could mix and remix and use in multiple ways. So it was more like a game approach, a modular game approach towards animation than a cineastic one. That's what I wanted to say. And here are the walk cycles. That was also interesting because we got reference from a scientist that actually got on his knees and tried to walk like this. Because in the, I think the shoulder or the foot has specific characteristics that were found. So the animal actually seemed to walk like this. And here again is a beautiful render using Redshift. And this concludes the character part of our presentation. I would like to give over to Jenny, please.
Wanna be me?
Talking about the world building.
Yeah. So my part on all of this was bringing those awesome animation and creatures into Unreal Engine and building them an environment. So I'm going to talk you through Cinema 4D Unreal Engine pipeline, some Redshift shader setups, animation, and world building in Unreal Engine. So starting off with asset creation, we will have a closer look on building the mammal's environment, ground patches and moss assets, and then we'll dive into the Moshups river landscapes. So a quick note, research was challenging on this project, because there's no actual reference of prehistoric animals or plants for that matter. And since they ceased millions of years ago, we had to work closely with scientists to go back and forth and get their approval on how certain things look. And based on that, we searched for assets on the marketplaces because time was tight, no time for doing the assets by ourselves. And yeah, so we did a lot of digging and found many assets that I then actually prepared to look like the prehistoric stuff. More on that in a second. So, and I usually like to go in and do some realistic references as well, just to get in the mood and see, especially for the mammal environment, how does a forest look like? What details does it need to feel realistic? Yeah, so then I start blocking out the geometry in Cinema. I actually this ground patch I actually did in ZBrush really quickly. It's like 10 minutes. Went back in Cinema, made sure the scale is right. So this is where the mammal lives in, right? Like goes down, and then I added a surrounding surface. Did the UVs, very important if you want to bring stuff into Unreal Engine. And next thing was that I did a first preview camera. So at this point, I could pass on the scene to Chan, where he had the basis for animating the mammal. So, and while Chan was animating, I detailed the ground patches, also in Cinema 4D. This was a moss kit I got on TurboSquid, and two important notes on assets. Check the scale. In this case, the scale was around about 100, and I'm just making adjustments accordingly by selecting all objects and using the reset tool inside Cinema to make sure your scale is at 1, so you don't run into problems later in any other software. Same thing for the pivot orientation. So it's aligned to the world axis, and you have the you can use the axis center to just align it correctly. An important step because Unreal Engine is quite sensitive when it's about these things, and you don't want to go in and go back and forth and try to fix it again. So next I set up a redshift shader for the MOS, changing some values like roughness, IOR, transmission, just to make it look more mossy. And I pipe in the textures that came with the assets, diffuse, roughness, an opacity mask, and a normal. Did a quick test render if everything's right. Yeah. The next step is gathering the moss on the ground patch. So I take my patch and I generate a vertex map. It's simply a box field with a shader field inside that drives the noise. I create a cloner with the patch as an object, and the moss distribution is driven by the vertex map. No magic. But I do this on a bunch of objects. I took rocks and logs and stuff like that and just build up kind of like a library that I can then use in Unreal Engine, but more on that in a second. So for the shaders, I really love using substance files. This is quick. You can test different shaders, different textures, what feels good, what looks good, and you simply download the SPS AR files, throw them into the material view. That's it. You get a bunch of settings that you can adjust your shader and your textures. And when you're at a point where you like it, you're happy, then take a quick next render. Yeah, then it's time to go to Unreal, bring everything into Unreal Engine. So the asset's done. You just go to this Maxon page. It's the Cineware plugin. Download it, install it, go back to Cinema 4D, and it is as easy as that. You go to Extension, Direct Link, choose the Setting tab, jump into Unreal Engine, go to Datasmith, and you get all the settings. You get your file directly showed. And you can also, in my case, I just imported the objects and the materials, but you can do animations, alembics, VDBs, all kinds of stuff. So pretty much everything that Unreal can handle, you can import through Datasmith. Yeah, so also the Redshift shaders, they come with one master material, and that's quite nice because all the shaders I did set up in Cinema, they're exactly the same then in Unreal Engine. And I also have the settings, the Redshift shader settings, so I can adjust them even further if I need to. Yeah, I as well bring in the moss assets itself to place them later on. And yeah, through this process, I just build up a whole library that I use throughout all the shots. I have this library and take what I need and put it all together. This is how the mammal shot turned out. Yeah, next, more shops. I'm going to walk you through some Unreal Engine world building workflows. This is quite a big topic, so I will just cover the important stages and show you how I bring in the animations and how I bring them, put them together. Once again, research, important. Get familiar with the geological time periods and the vegetation. And I start with the skin shader that I actually did set up in Redshift. And again, using Cineware, just importing it into Unreal Engine. So I have all the settings, and I can go in all the time when needed and change what needs to be changed. So here we have. Oh, sorry. Here we have John's animations.
Let me just a second. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh. This one? Now it's working. So here are my animations. And that was the modular approach I spoke about. So everything is there.
So I have kind of different kind of idle animations that I then put together in the shots, but more on this in a second. So from here, the next step for me is editing the animations for the individual shots. To create a forward walking motion, I combined the walk cycle in the sequencer. I'm going to explain the sequencer in a second, but to avoid the foot sliding, you just can't animate like forward. I did a very simple control rig inside of Unreal Engine with an IK for the feet to do some foot planting, and I did I think it's 2,000 frames I did, just so I have enough to work with in the actual shots then later. So for the mashup idle animations, I did pretty much the same thing. I combined the animations inside of sequencer together and did a transition between them. This is how we get a continuous animation that I can use over and over again. And it has variation. And so yeah, world building, big topic. I will cover the important stages, though, to give you an overview of the complete process. So number one, very important. I like to do organization. My folders are set up. I have folders set up for levels, for my levels and sub-levels. I have a cinematic folder, I have an asset folder, I have my render presets folder, an animation folder, and a PCSG folder. I will talk about that in a second too. Well, in starting in Unreal Engine, I first set up a main level and then set up sub-levels for geometry, light, and landscapes, and later for the individual shots. So levels work kind of like layers, and you can control the visibility in a sequencer and show only what you need in the end. For the environment, I use the Unreal landscape mode, which is pretty straightforward. I just painted in the course of the river and set up an Unreal water system where you can easily draw in splines. Then I put in some mountains in the back and some additional floodplains from the Megascans library. Lighting pretty straightforward as well. I have a directional light and sky atmosphere to achieve this moody kind of look. I did use an HDR backdrop and an exponential height fog and a post-process volume, which I will talk about in a second as well. That lets me control the exposure. So for each take, I create. I do an individual level sequence. So you can see on the first content browser that I name them because they get quite a lot. They get quite a lot. I have sometimes like 20 to 30 shots. Name them so you don't get confused. And yeah, so the sequencer is that's the one in the middle. This is where the magic happens. It's a multi-track editor in Unreal Engine, which allows you to control pretty much anything that Unreal Engine offers. So you can do your animations inside of the sequence, so you can, well, everything. So, and you get to see the results in real time. I place my camera and do a rough preview to get an idea of the timing for the takes and adjusting the animations. And this is how an actual shot then looks like. I control the level visibility on the top. I animate my camera in the middle, and I put in our Moshi and it's an animation that I did previously. So now it's just a matter of extending the details, like props, whatever you need. I used all my assets I did in Cinema, and of course the Megascans library as far as I could use it. Do some detailing on the environment, especially on the camera. So one last thing is PCGs. This is a big topic as well, so just trying to cover the basics. PCG is the procedural content creation tool inside of Unreal Engine, and it allows me to distribute assets of any kind. And in this case, I used Spline PCG that scatters trees. So you just paint the spline and the trees show up. That's how it works, basically. And I used them mostly for the background. I did another one with mid-shrubs that I placed on the surface, so it's a bit more alive. And another one for close camera shots where I have the ground patches I did in Cinema and some debris, just to give the whole scene, if you're really close, give the whole scene more detail. Yeah. Okay, some quick notes. Do you have still time?
5 minutes.
Quick notes on finalizing shots in Unreal Engine. Another big topic. So again, I'm going to just walk you through really quickly. The post-process volume is an Unreal Engine feature that allows you to apply visual effects and adjustments like color grading, bloom, depth of field, to entire shots or specific areas, and enhances the overall quality of the shot. So my method was the Lumen lighting from Unreal Engine. That is the real-time global illumination and reflection system inside of Unreal Engine. Again, big topic. For a bit more atmosphere, I got Easy Fog from William Fauché. I hope I pronounced it right, which allows you to easily place fog in your scene, which gives it a lot more depth and a feeling in this prehistorical world. Yeah, finally, I set it up all in Sequencer. I set up in Sequencer, I set up all the sequences. I set up, sorry.
This is a sequencer.
In the movie render queue, this is your render setup. You can save them as presets as well. There I create passes like depth of field and the C depth pass. Sorry, and when I'm ready to go, I render, and it actually really doesn't take long. So I'm going to hurry through. Did a little post-production. We use Red Giant. We like using Red Giant. In this particular case, we used flares and looks and added some depth of field and dust. This is how it looked in the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Other questions regarding Cinema 4D or Unreal Engine?
Yes, guys, any questions? Well, if you also want to know more about the connectivity between Cinema 4D, Unreal Engine, Cineware, the plugin, we have Natalia Schulze there, standing beside Ellie, who's a product manager for Cineware, so you can always ask her. There's a lot that we can do with that. Any other questions regarding how things were created, you can always ask Chan and Jenny. Jenny will be back tomorrow for another presentation that she's doing with Mario. Mario is back there from ZDF Digital as well. This was brilliant. It was amazing. I'm excited to see the documentary now whenever it releases. Do not forget to scan the QR code, getting a chance to win the Maxon 1 license. And I will let you all leave. You can speak to them later. Yeah. Have a good one. We'll be back in around 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. And we can't wait to see what you'll bring to life. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription and is also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. Looking ahead to other aspects of this release, our product teams have been hard at work integrating new features and updates into the rest of our product lineup. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics. Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results and tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material. Red Giant 2025 injects fresh new energy into your workflows with a stunning set of new features for geos such as rig animation support, expanded cloner capabilities, and depth of field. The new Particular Designer gets a refresh with improved preset search and navigation, timeline controls, and AE project saving. Finally, releasing Red Giant's 5th brand new tool this year, we proudly introduce Parametric Curve, a powerful contribution to our superior line of color tools. Parametric Curve provides unprecedented control for handling color and HDR video. Curves, levels, and working with HDR video are standard practices. Users now have the power to manipulate their footage with an HDR curve. Many color adjustments benefit from more nuanced controls than lift, offset, gamma, and gain. Make use of the Bezier curves effect that both processes the image with an HDR curve LUT and also overlays the curve on the image. One great use of this is to invert a color lookup, which isn't possible with some standard color operations. Supercharge your 3D workflow in After Effects with Red Giant Geo's exciting new advancements. Make your objects array pop with expanded cloner features like multiple materials and objects, with inward and outward orientation, and more. Dial in realism with the blazing fast, beautiful built-in depth of field powered by Universe Bokeh and controlled by our After Effects camera. There's so many great possibilities you unlock when adding 3D objects directly into After Effects, and now Geo supports the import of rigged animations from FBX. Breathe easier and settle into a more relaxed, creative environment with the latest improvements to Particular's Designer. With optimized navigation and preset search, timeline playhead control, and the ability to save your After Effects project without leaving the designer, you can focus on creating art and less on managing the tools. Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by Exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs & Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Along with these amazing new products and features, we've also added the ability within the Maxon app to quickly switch license activations when working from a different computer, making your workflow more flexible and efficient than ever. We'd like to thank you for your support and enthusiasm for Maxon's suite of products. The innovations we've unveiled, from the launch of ZBrush for iPad to the enhanced capabilities of Cinema 4D and Cineware, new brute force caustics and NPR shaders features in Redshift, updates to Red Giant tools, and new capsules inside Cinema 4D and Maxon Studio represent our commitment to empowering your creativity. Redshift 2025 updates several aspects of our GPU accelerated renderer so you can achieve photorealistic and non-photorealistic results with unprecedented speed and efficiency. Rendering beautiful patterns of light passing through glass and gems is easier than ever with improvements to Redshift caustics, Enable the new brute force caustics with a single click and easily achieve realistic lighting. Brute force caustics are ideal when your scene is lit by dome lights or large area lights, but you can still choose photon-based caustics that work best for detailed areas lit by point or spotlights. Improvements to the non-photoreal rendering system let you achieve amazing toon-like results in tone mapping for contours, a global contour option, and custom pattern inputs. With this release, contours no longer need to be added to each material separately. Now, the contour node connected to the global contour port in render settings will apply its effect to every material in the scene that doesn't already have a contour node connected. You can also now choose custom pattern inputs for the tone map pattern node. The sprite nodes utility has doubled with the inclusion of an input port for procedurals, like Maxon noise or tiles node. Generating cutouts with procedurals is now simple. Connect the procedural node's color output to the sprite node's input and assign the material to the meshes. Volumes can now be composited using depth data in the same manner as other scene elements with the new volume depth AOV. Clouds, smoke, and explosions are no longer limited to 2D adjustments in post, making it easier to edit exterior environment renders without leaving volumetric elements feeling unrealistic. Redshift native cameras are now supported in Cinema 4D crane, morph, and motion cameras, allowing artists easily to create dynamic and realistic camera movement, including adjustments in depth of field and other Redshift camera effects. Continuing our partnership with Adobe, Substance 3D materials with Redshift for Cinema 4D now include improved options for adjusting the size, rotation, and color space of materials. Presets stored within the SBSR files can now be easily applied, so it's quick to explore different surfaces based on each Substance 3D material.
Welcome back, everyone. We have last two presentations now. We have Wes from Adobe Substance here, who is an amazing artist, an evangelist, and leads the team at Adobe Substance. Will be showing about the workflow using Cinema 4D, Substance, and After Effects. His work is amazing. Like he does not promote it that much, but he's brilliant at what he does, and I've seen his work. So have a look. You can also download the assets using the QR code, and you can play around with it. Thank you. Wes, all yours.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you very much for joining me here today. And thank you for everyone watching online. I really appreciate you giving me the time. So first off, is anyone here using Substance 3D tools? That guy is, I know, that guy is. Yeah, that's awesome. So I'm so glad that you're here. This is going to be fun. We're going to jump in and just check out some stuff. So yeah, my name's Wes, and I lead the Substance 3D Evangelist team. I have Guillaume's back there. He's one of the evangelists, so hey, Guillaume. And yeah, just some of my work. But yeah, enough about that. Let's just get over and talk about the real cool stuff about what we're going to talk about. So first things first, I'm going to talk about like jumping into cinema. We're going to take a look at some model preparation, how to set up the rigging that I use for this. Then we're also going to talk about just getting into Substance Painter and creating some materials and how we texture things. And then we're also going to look at Substance Sampler, and we're going to talk about creating a material in that. And then after that, we're going to go into After Effects and look at some stuff on how to work with 3D and After Effects. We're also going to talk about particle simulations in Cinema 4D, and then some more After Effects stuff. So I didn't think there was enough, so we'll maybe try to jam-pack some more software into this. So before we do this, I just want to show you a project that I worked on. I'm going to use it for the demo. So let's take a look at a quick video, and here we go. Okay, so that's just a quick look at the project we're going to be looking at. Thank you very much. And before we jump right in, I just want to talk a quick thing about the pipeline. So what we're looking at is for content creation, we're using Cinema 4D, a combination of Substance assets, and also ZBrush. Anyone here try ZBrush on iPad yet? It was awesome. So yeah, definitely fun to play with. So we're looking at taking that assets, and then what do is we move that into the material creation and texturing, and that's where Substance really lives. So Substance is geared around authoring textures and creating materials. And so for there, we're going to be talking about two applications, Substance Sampler and Painter. And then from there, we can export either Substance materials or GLB, USD, and we're going to send that either into Cinema for more work, or if you're using After Effects, with the new 3D capabilities in After Effects, we're able to leverage the 3D content that we've been creating. And then finally, it's going to move down to the compositing and rendering. So whether you're using Redshift or you're rendering directly in After Effects, everything in this pipeline is going to have you covered. So in that video you just saw, everything except for the two clips in the beginning, the little spherical balls, the particles, everything beyond that was rendered straight inside of After Effects. So we'll get into that as we move on. So first things first, let's jump over to Cinema 4D, and we're going to take a look at the actual model setup. So here you have my scene, and this is a phone asset. So this phone is first off coming from Substance 3D assets. So let me show you that real quick. We're going to jump over here to like a web browser, and here inside of Substance 3D assets is we have over 20,000 materials and models that you can use to get your project started like super quick. So in my case, I was like, oh, I want to do like a smartphone ad. So we'll jump over here and do a quick search for smartphone, and there we go. You can see that this was the smartphone that I had. So I just downloaded this as an FBX file. I'm tethered to my phone, so the internet's kind of bad. But once it comes up, you'd see I could just download that as an FBX file. So just jumping back over here quickly to Cinema, you'll also notice that I have this case. So one of the members on my team, his name is Giovanni Nakpil, and so Gio is a prolific modeler, and so I asked him, hey Gio, can you create me a smart phone case? And the really cool thing about Gio is that he actually worked at ILM for many, many years, and he actually worked on the first Avengers film, and he created the Incredible Hulk. So crazy honor to get to work with that guy. So for this project, I actually got the help of an Avenger to help me do the work. So thank you, Gio, if you're watching. So that's where we got the smart case from. So it comes in, and if we take a look at the materials, you can see that, never mind the Substance materials at the top, we'll talk about that later, but I had three materials, one for the case, one for the body here, and then one that represent the glass. So really simple. Let's take a look at the UVs. So since the phone was coming from Substance 3D assets, it already had UVs. And you can see this is the UV layout, and I just kind of tweaked things a little bit. The case that was coming over from Gio, I was able to do the quick unwrap here inside of Cinema. So again, quick look at the UVs, pretty standard stuff. The whole goal is just trying to maximize the UV space so that you can really have a great textile density for your materials. All right, let's jump back over and take a look also at the little bit of the rig that's going on here. So you'll see that I have just 4 joints here, and they're just rigged to the case. And so I created a little animation controller. So if I move these sliders, you can see that they're just letting me kind of fold the case around. And so it was kind of cool to have a little system set up so that I could do this. But very, very simple rig here, nothing crazy. And if we jump over here, let me turn off my subdivisions, and let's take a look at the skin here. And I'm going to jump over to my weight manager. Grab my phone here, and then if you just look, I'm just going to show you what the weighting kind of look like. So here for the case, you can see that the back is fully weighted, and then we just have some simple weighting for each of the joints, and doing that in Cinema was pretty quick. So once all that was set up, I then was able to animate a few clips. So let's take a look at what that is. So I'm going to jump over here to the motion system within Cinema 4D, and you can see here that I got 3 clips. So the first one is basically going to have like the case is closed, and then it's folding back into this kind of stand position. Then the middle one, again, case is closed, but it's going to fold all the way to the back of the phone. And then the last one is the phone is, the case is all the way open, and then it's just going to fold up here. So if we just run through this, I'll hit play, you can see I've got these 3 motion clips. And so one of the reasons behind building this out, especially for wanting to show in this pipeline, was that when you're working inside of After Effects, you can import 3D models as GLBs, but After Effects will also work with animated GLBs. So what was really cool is I could do all this skinned deformation here with the joints, and then all that is going to be available to me once I get back inside of After Effects, which is actually really, really cool that you can do that. Okay, so that is the model and prep setup, nothing major. And so once that's done, what I do is I export out an FBX so I can send it over to Substance Painter. So let's jump over to Substance Painter and start taking a look at the scene. So this is what the phone would look like when it comes into Substance Painter. And now I need to get in and get the fun going, start texturing. So first things first, I would jump over. Again, I've got 3D assets. Now here in Substance Painter, one of the newer features we added was the ability to access Substance 3D assets directly here inside of Painter. So of course, I could browse through. I could find something like this leather material. Again, I'm tethered to my phone, so this is kind of slow. But it comes up, and then I could download the SBSAR. I'm not logged in, so I don't have any assets. But luckily, I already downloaded this because I knew I was going to need to. All right, so here you can see that I've got a couple favorite materials that I'm working with. And this is pretty cool because in Substance, you have all your assets. Everything I download is always part of my material library, and I can share that not only across projects, but I can also share this library with other team members that are also using Painter, so that's really cool. So what I'm going to do right now is just start texturing. So let's grab this lamb material. Again, I didn't make this, coming straight from 3D assets, and I can just drag and drop and place it right here onto my 3D model. Okay, so this comes in, and first things first, if I just right-click here, I can get to my properties. In Substance Painter, we have all these different projection modes that you can use. UV, triplanar is really great. It'll project that material across the X, Y, and Z axes, and it helps you to get rid of seams. But in my case, the UVs were laid out pretty good. I don't need to worry about it, so I'll just go ahead and tile this. Let's try something like maybe a value of 6. I think that's going to be okay. So again, going back to my material settings now, because this is a substance material, you're always going to have a host of parameters. And that means that whatever you download from 3D assets, you can always tweak and change it. So substance assets give you that capability to be varied very well quickly. So in my case, I'm like, I don't like this color. Let's drop this down to like a black. I could mess around with things like the variation, chroma, all this kind of stuff. But the thing I'm really interested in is maybe adjusting this roughness value. So you can see I can make this much more reflective or just increase this value. And the roughness is, again, just describing that micro surface, of the material. So this is looking pretty good. I'll go with this. So now I've got one material down, and I'm happy with that so far. Let's add another material on top of this. So I've downloaded from 3D Assets, again, this micro facet. So I'll drag and drop, place this guy in. So this material is now on top of my leather material. Now, Substance Painter in the layer stack that you can see right over here is constantly trying to blend all of our materials together, which is pretty great, but in this case, I don't really want that. So just like using something like, say, Photoshop, I can jump over here. I have all these blending modes, but I want to just set this normal blending mode for every channel. Substance Painter is always working across multiple channels at the same time, which is great because you can just focus on what you're looking at on the screen and let Painter do some of the technical work behind the scenes. So what I'm going to do here is just jump over and say, hey, I want to set all my blending modes to the same thing just to kind of make sure there's no blending. And now I'll jump back to my material settings. Let's come over here and let's tile this guy by a value of 6. And so now if I zoom in, I can start to see that I've got this kind of microfiber material. But now I need to do some masking. So here's where we use the layer masking controls. So right now, I'll just come over here and I'll create a black mask. And I could just grab my paint tool and I could start painting in here if I wanted to. So we could jump over and you could see I could come into here and just start painting my values. Let's grab this guy here and come in and just start painting. Let's go back. Whoops. Got just a little bit of an issue here. Hold on a second. Leather's acting up for a second, so hold on a minute. Let me just turn that off. Drag that leather back in. There we go. Sorry about that. I'll fix that leather in just a second. But as you can see, if I go over here to my mask and I start to paint, I could go in and just paint out what this mask is going to be. But that's super tedious. I definitely don't want to do that right now. So what I'll do, there's always more than one way to do everything in Substance Painter, which is pretty cool. So you can really find the workflow that works best for you. So I'm going to grab my Fill Object tool, and I'm just going to grab my UV chunk selector, and then I can go in and just click the UV shells of where I want this to go. So you can see I'm going to come in here and then just double click. And it looks like this thing is kind of bugging out on me a little bit. Let me do it again. There we go. There we go. And there we go. All right, so now we've got the mask in place pretty quickly. But let's go back and select. Sorry about this. Undo this one. There we go. Okay. All right, so like I said, I had a little bit of an issue there, but let's fix that lamb leather one more time. So we're going to come over here and retile that. Remember, I used a value of 6. And then the biggest change that I made was just setting the color down here to black. And that's pretty good. All right, so we'll throw the leather back on, and there we go. All right, so let's flip this guy over to the side, and let's talk about some more other texturing things that we can do. So the next thing that I want to look at is how I can add some stitching to this. And so we have a tool here called the Top Stitching tool. And so I'm just going to select this tool. And I'm going to come over to my layer stack and create a new layer. This time I just created what we call a paintable or standard layer. This means I can just paint and do whatever I want on the model. So with the Top Stitching tool selected, you'll notice that I have this little pen icon. So what I can do now is just come over here and I can just start, adding some curves. So I'm going to come in here. This isn't going to be super awesome because I'm trying to be somewhat quick. But you can see I'm just going through and just adding some points around the side here. Very typical curve stuff. I can just quickly close the curve, maybe add another little point in here, and so on. And then just start to kind of manipulate and change this curve. So you can come over here and you could select like any of the points. And just like any curve tool, I could come over and I could say, okay, I need to take a look at the tangent handles. So for example, if I come over with the tangent handles enabled, I could tweak and change those. I could convert these from smooth to linear or whatever I need to do. But you can see like really quickly what I'm doing is just adding a few kind of constrained points here just to kind of get everything placed where I need it to go. So we'll do something like that. Won't be too crazy about it. But overall, once it's done, you can see, bam, now I've got some stitching in here. And just like I said before, Substance Painter is working across all these channels at the same time. So what does that mean? If I take a look here, and I'm going to jump over to my channels here, and if I look, there's my base color. So as I was working on the leather and the stitches, Painter was throwing down some color. Now here's some height information, and it's really hard for you guys to see on that monitor. Let's zoom in really quick. But you can kind of see, well, there's definitely some height information there. And then clicking through, here I've got roughness. Here's normal information. Now, I don't see normal for my stitching. Well, all I need to do is just come over here. This is how quick it is to create some normal data. As I just come over and say, oh, you know what? I need normal. Click, boom, there it is. Now I've got some normals going with the rest of my material. So going back and looking at the material, never mind my terrible curve work, we've got the stitch here. Now, one of the things that's also pretty cool about Substance Painter is that it's non-destructive. So, for example, if I'm like, I'm not sure about the size before I put down these curves, well, I can always go back to the stroke and I can change and manipulate these however I need to. Plus, I can come over here to the actual material, which is driven by Substance, which means it's going to have lots of different material variations and controls that you can use. So here, if we scroll down, you can see that I've got some categories. So let's try a decorative stitch. Now I've got a completely different stitch. Let's look at, I don't know, well, there is a tree stitch. I have no idea what this is. Let's see what it is. Tree stitch looks like that. Let's see, we can do any kind of other stitches, a cross stitch, so on and so forth. And then each of these stitching parameters have more and more parameters you can mess with. So for example here, I'm just going to go back to that nice classic stitch, and we'll zoom in here a little bit more. Let's come over to that thickness, and I can drag this down. If we look at the stitching, maybe I want to decrease that horizontal, so we're getting something more like that. Now, there's also another control that's really good called the puckering. And so we want to have these stitches look like they're actually, stitched into the leather. So from here, I'm going to say, hey, the type of fabric is leather. So let's turn that on. And then I can increase the intensity here, play around with the position of this. So I'm going to push it into the surface. And then also maybe throw a little bit of fade into it. So now I've got this stitching, and I'm really overdriving it so you guys can see it clearly on the screen. But now I've got this stitching here in place. All right, so the next thing that we want to do, we've created the stitches. Let's jump in here and take a look at the front display. And one of the things I want to showcase is, well, two things in one here. We're going to talk about how to import textures from outside of Painter, and then we're going to talk about how I can use Illustrator files with that. So I'm going to jump over here to my desktop, and I have here a phone UI, and it just happens to be an Illustrator file, but it could be anything, like a TIFF, Targa, whatever. And so I'm going to grab this Illustrator file, drag and drop it from my desktop right onto the 3D model. I let go of my mouse, the whole texture, everything's imported into the system. So now I've got this little transform widget, and let's scale this guy up like this, and we're going to rotate it. Got to remember all my keyboard shortcuts between a bunch of different apps. Let's see. And let's scale it again. Let's move this guy into place. And one more scale up just to cover. Okay, there we go. So we got our phone screen in place. Now you'll notice again, this is just projecting, and it's doing just like a quick, surface projection, and it's smearing on the sides. I need to mask that. So just like I showed earlier, we can use the masking tool. So we're going to jump in here, grab a black mask. I'm going to grab my fill object tool, and then I'm just going to click on the face here. Whoops, I had it set wrong. Let's undo that. We'll go back and we want to fill it with white. Actually, let me undo that mask. We can remove the mask. I meant to hit a black mask for this one. And then, again, we have our fill object tool selected. And then we'll just click here on the surface. And that's how quick it is to kind of mask this out. Now, one of the things that's interesting about this as well, it's an Illustrator file. So the vector data is all retained within Substance. So as the Substance engine is computing these textures, yes, it's rendering it as a bitmap here, like a standard texture. But it does so after any of the vector data has been set. So just to give you an idea of that, if I were to, here's what we'll do. We'll look at our material settings. So let's come over here to the material itself, and we'll come over here. And at the very bottom, you can see that I have artboard support for the Illustrator file. So in this particular case, the designer was able to give me a bunch of different artboards in that Illustrator file, so I can quickly just swap between those. And then I could this could contain like the phone UI, labels, other kind of stuff, and I can just use one file and have a bunch of different texture maps associated with it, which is pretty cool. All right, so we'll get something like that. Now, something else that we can kind of talk about here with this. So if we look at the actual, let's go back here to the body of the phone, and I'm just going to set my resolution down super low. So you'll notice here that I set my resolution to 256 by 256. I've just blown out all the data. Now, one of the other really cool things about Substance Painter is that, like I said, it's non-destructive. So with Substance Painter, you never lose your data. It's there. And one of the things that's interesting is Substance Painter is like remembering like everything I'm doing as I'm working here. So, okay, cool. What does that mean? Well, it means that when I change resolution, Painter in the Substance engine can say, hey, I see you changed the resolution. I'm just going to redraw all that for you so it's at that actual resolution you want. So, for example, you can see how this looks all chunky. I blew the resolution out. But now, if I change this to 4K and it recomputes, and it'll take just a moment here, boom, it's super crisp. So this isn't just scaling it up, because you could see I threw all that data away. But really, under the hood, you're never throwing away the data you're working with when it comes to Substance Painter. Okay, so I'm going to set that resolution back to 2K. I usually do that as I'm working, just because I'm usually using this laptop, and it keeps things nice and snippy and fast. And but when you go to export, so for example, if you want to get your textures out, you go export, you can then tell Substance Painter to change the bit depth that you're using or the resolution. So I can export up to 8K if I need to. And you know that you're never going to lose your resolution even though you were working at 2K. And then also you can change to 4K just to check to see how things are going, which is pretty cool. All right, so now that we've done that, one of the things I want to show is, well, how do we get this into After Effects? Because that's where this is going to go. Well, there's a couple ways we can do that. So, for example, if I come over here and I just do send to, I can just send this right into After Effects. And so the whole thing will go over, and we can send it straight in. So here, I'll just do that really quick, and I think it's going to fail because I have the beta up, and the beta I don't think is working for me. It did, actually. Nope. Well, what it would do, and we'll show you when we get into After Effects, because I have the beta version going, it should work on the other one, is that you'll get this little GLB file. So I don't want to skip ahead too much because I'm going to show you this workflow in a little bit. But it comes in, and then we can just move this guy to get it to work. Okay, so let's jump back here to Substance Painter. And now, one of the things I want to showcase is, okay, well, you were using 3D assets and Substance Painter to do a lot of the work, but what if I need to make my own materials? Or I want to author something like specific myself. Well, why don't we just do a different workflow? So let's jump over here to another application that we use, and I'm going to close out Painter here. And I'm going to show you guys how to use Substance Sampler. So Sampler is our tool, and we call it Sampler because it means sample the world around you, right? So, and I'll show you one of the things that it does really well is you can take a single image, like something you shoot from your phone or whatever, bring it into Substance Sampler, and it'll create a full material for you. We're going to do that right now. Also, it does photogrammetry. So if you have an asset and you take a series of photographs, it will actually compile those images into a 3D model itself. So you have that. It also lets you construct HDR IBLs. So let's say you take a range of exposures of something, you can merge those all down into an HDR, and then you can even add lights to that have HDR data, and it works really good, especially if you get something like a spherical map that's LDR, so low dynamic, no high values, and you're like, it's pretty good, but it's not. You can actually add lights to it in Substance Sampler and make it in HDR with one single image, which is really cool. I do that a lot, actually. Okay, so let's jump in and take a look at this guy. We'll start from new, and Sampler comes in, and you don't import models into this. This is all about just creating base materials. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to grab an image. So I have this leather image, and this is just something I found online. So I didn't have time to take a picture. I was just like, let me find something. It's a leather image just from a Google search. And we're just going to take this guy, throw it into here, and Sampler's like, oh, hey, that's an image. You probably want me to make a material. And I'm like, yes, that would be great. Let's do it. And so you can set your resolution, things like that. I'm just going to leave it at 2K so things run really quick. And I'm actually going to add a little cropping to this because I want to crop that before it starts doing any material generation. So once that's all set up, I'll just click Import. And now you can see here, Sampler on this right side, it's already done it, but it creates for me, it's a layer stack. And it creates a base material, adds the layer, does a crop. So if we jump in here, I can see, okay, here's my crop. So maybe what I want to do is just reposition and kind of, do something like this. I'll hit Enter, and then we'll come up here. As soon as it gets done processing here, it's cropped to the specific area that I want, and now it's produced the maps. So with just that little bit of work, you can see that I have a base color or albedo. I have my normal map, and I have roughness information. I have height information. I have ambient occlusion, and so on and so forth. So that's great. That's all the things that I need to work with. However, looking at the actual parameters, this thing is saying, hey, the category was ground. Well, this isn't a ground, it's a leather, so we do have categories for that. So we are using technology, machine learning, to basically, that's trained on our entire substance source. We call it source, it's actually 3D assets. That's a throwback to any substance users who are out there watching who remember the old days. So it's 3D assets. So it's trained on our entire library of 3D assets, and so we're going to say this is actually a leather. So it comes in with the leather, it's going to recompute, and you'll see it's going to give me a much better value here in my 3D viewport. Because what I was seeing before, it looked like the normal stuff's inverted. But let's take a look at that normal map again. And really, let's take a look at the height. That's what I really like. So you're getting all this amazing detail, all that from the height information with little to no effort. Okay, so now let's do a couple other things. First thing, I would go into hit T on my keyboard to go to tiling, and we can see this guy's not tiling, and it also has some discrepancies between my light and dark values. So first thing I would do with this is I jump over to my layer stack, and here in Samplers where we start adding filters to process and clean these images. So I love to use this one, it's called Equalize. So we'll throw an Equalize in here, and this guy, well, he tries to equalize or balance out the discrepancies between light and dark values. So now I'll just drop the radius a little bit. And you can see it's starting to help me already, right? It's looking a little bit better. I can move my light around so I can see what I'm getting here in my viewport. It's looking a little bit better, but I still have seams. So what we're going to do now is go over to our filter stack once again, and I'm going to say, give me this tiling filter. So now I have this little widget in the viewport that's going to let me work on some tiling. So here, what we'll do is we'll go in, and I'm just going to bring this guy in, And just so you can see what's actually happening, I'm going to turn on this option called Show Seams. Now, this is really cool. So this is showing the seams. So is anyone out here made tiling materials like back in the old day when you would have Photoshop and you do like filter, offset, and then clone stamp? Remember that? So, well, we don't do that in here inside a sampler. So the tiling, what it's doing is it's like doing an offset like you do in Photoshop, but then it's looking at the underlying shape and form, and it's able to break up that line like that. So that's what you're getting here. And then I can come over to my edge, and I can adjust this threshold. Something else you could do to have even more control over it is I can turn on this paint seam cut, and then using my brush, let me just close the size up. I could go in here and say, you know what? There's a little value here, or a little shape that I want to have the seam go around. So you can actually go in and click and paint where you want the seam to go. And if I'm just like changing the value, you can see you can go up and down, and it gives you a really finesse way to go in and super control that. So now we have that in place. Let's go back to, let's turn off Show Seam, and we'll bring this guy into here. Now if I zoom in really, really close, it's kind of hard to see on this, but there's a little bit of a breakup. So the last thing I would do is I would just simply pull this blur slider, and now I have a completely seamless tiled image. And if I jump over here to my tiling, and we'll set this to like, say, like a value of 4, there's what I have. It's nice and super tiled, very little effort. Now, it's not over. So the next thing I'll do is I'll come over here, and I'm just going to quickly add a color on top of this guy. So let's do a colorize. And now this is going to have to colorize based on, and I'm using, it's like, it's from luminosity, and I'm telling it to kind of keep the color, and that's keeping some of the values as it mixes in. So here, what I would want to do is say, you know what, I want this to be this black leather, and then I can go in and have this value. Now, another thing is, it's super dark on this, or is it the angle? I don't know. Hopefully you guys can see it. But now what I'm doing is there's an option here where I can expose this parameter. So when I send this over to Substance Painter, any of these parameters that I expose, they're available for me to change. And Substance Materials work natively right in Cinema 4D. So I could put this and drag and drop it right in Cinema 4D, and values and everything that I'm working with, they're all ready to be changed and updated. So this becomes a material that you can change and reuse often and often. So if I want like a somewhat generic leather where I can change the material color, I can do that, and this is done, and I can use it on many different projects. So like I was saying, what we could do is we can click this button, and I could send it right into Painter, or we can export it, and you can export it as any types of maps, but usually I just use Substance Material, like I said, especially since I'm working with Cinema, and it drag and drops in. I'll show you that drag and drop here in just a little bit. Okay, so we got that set up. One other thing I do want to mention here is that there's Substance plugins. So if is anyone here using Unreal Engine? Yeah, with Unreal Engine, we have a Substance integration as well. So if you have Unreal Engine open and Substance Sampler, you would see Unreal Engine underneath this plugins, and you would click it, and it would send the material straight into Unreal Engine and set up the Unreal material for you automatically. So you'd be set and good to go. All right. So next thing is, let's show. So that was just sample. I wanted to show you a way that you can create your own custom materials. But let's go back. Well, I closed Painter, but from Painter, what I would do is once I had those textures done, because I want to get these textures back in Cinema where I have that animation taking place, so I'd export out the SBSAR, the Substance material. So if we jump back over here, you can see that I have these guys loaded already. So let's do this. Let's come over here, and I'll look at my materials. So I have 2 of these guys in here. Let's do this. Let's just delete these guys out real quick. And here are the Substance materials that I exported from Substance Painter. And they are right here. So let's look at the case. So I can take this case, and this is how it would work just from Sampler as well. I have the Substance material. It's a single file, and I can just drag and drop it right here into Cinema, and it's going to generate for me a redshift material. So now if I double click, you can see that I have this redshift material with all of the parameters, and everything is hooked up and ready for me to use. So this renders directly inside of Redshift. So in this case, I don't need displacement, so I'm just going to kill that out. But what's also really cool about this is that you have the material, but you're not locked. So you can further augment this inside the Redshift shader editor. So I can start to add other effects, or have some of these Substance materials that have parameters that are animated animatable inside of Cinema 4D drive other types of redshift nodes. It's really cool, and you can get some really complex types of materials just by leveraging the ability of working with those in Substance with Cinema. So now that that's in place, let's do this. I could just take this guy and just apply it here. So we'll do that, and it's going to look a bit weird, and the reason why is because with the material, here, let me delete this guy. So what I need to do is just select my material. I'm going to come over here to my viewport, and I'm just going to set my viewport display. So I believe I set this guy out at 2048, so I'll just set my resolution so it's right, and now you can see that material and how it was applied. Now, what I did in the project was I worked just like this. I started in Cinema where I was setting up my materials, setting up the UVs, setting up how all of the rigging and everything was going to work. I exported over to Painter, did all my material work, and then because I could have gone straight into After Effects, but I really wanted to work with all this animation data. So I just sent the Substance materials here because from here I can export, and all that's going to go into After Effects as well. So there's so many different ways you can pipeline this, but with that native integration with Substance inside of Cinema, it's a win-win. So once this was all set up, all I did was I came over here and I just did an export, and I just exported the GLTF. Okay, so now let's jump over here to After Effects and take a look at some of the work in After Effects. Okay, so here you can see this is my smartphone asset, and this is a different one. So this is one that I've kind of been working with. And this guy comes in, and what I'm doing is I have it separated into two pieces. So I have the phone itself. It's a full, well, here's the case. And then I have the phone, which is here. And the case is parented to the phone. So now I can move these guys around in 3D space, which is interesting. I can also animate, do anything I want. This is all keyframeable. And here inside of After Effects, one of the things they've added is this new properties panel, which takes a lot of these, it's context sensitive, so a lot of these parameters that I'm trying to access really quickly, I can always get to them here. So for example, if I needed to change the scale, I could do so pretty quick, so on and so forth. So the way this kind of works here in After Effects is that we have, our model is in here, and I want to talk just a little bit about some of the 3D capabilities. So first things first, I have my model, which is my phone, and then I have the leather case. Now, I was telling you that all that skinned information, the rigging that we did inside of Cinema, that all can import and play directly here inside of After Effects, which is super cool. So you'll notice that if I come over here and I drop down the properties for the phone, there's a drop down for animation options. And here, it's getting cut off like right there, but there's a little drop down, and it gives me these clips that I made from the motion system inside of Cinema. So for example, I have the open to close. Now, if I come over here and scrub my timeline, you can see, and this is I don't know, I think this is so cool. If I jump in here, let me scale this guy up here a little bit. It'll help if I just put a camera in here. Let's do that. New camera. There we go. Let's do that. So now we'll zoom in. We'll take a look at this guy. And you can see that I'm getting this nice skin deformation right here inside of After Effects, which is really interesting. So I can move this out. Now you'll notice that here in the layer, the clip is really small because that's the animation range that I did inside of Cinema. But what we can do is I can retime this right here in After Effects. So for example, if I play this back, it's going to go boom, and then that's it, right? I need to extend that. But if I hold down my command key, or excuse me, my option key, and drag, so now let's retime this animation here to 14 seconds. Okay, and I'll go ahead and just kind of RAM preview this real quick. You'll see it'll fill up here in a second. But now as I start to play this, look how slow and smooth the animation is. So what's really cool about this is you don't think about it like a video editor where I had a clip and I'm going in here. Let me set my, do that. So you don't think about it like a video editor where I had some frames and I stretched them and now it's trying to stretch out those frames and interpolate. After Effects actually has all of the animation data, the keyframe data from Cinema. So as I'm time stretching that and making that longer, it's essentially like I'm just inside the motion editor inside of Cinema. I'm just pulling it out, and now I've got this amazingly smooth animation, which is really, really interesting. All right, so now that we have that in place, I can do different animations, I can change the clips. Let me show you something else about this. So one thing I'll do is I'll come over here and say layer, let's create a new light. And I want to use an environment light that casts shadows, and I'll bring this guy in. So now After Effects' 3D capabilities can work with image-based lighting as well. So I have some footage here. Let's grab my IBLs, and I have this one that I downloaded from Substance 3D Assets. So you can see it's just like this spherical HDR map. It's going to be what I want to use. And then I just grab my light, and I come over here in my Properties panel, and I'm going to set the source to this new light. So now what I have here is the light is now taking control of the scene, and I'm getting this nice IBL lighting in here. So just to take a look at what the shadows look like, what I'm going to do is jump over here to my render options. And here's where we can control a lot of the render. So I'm going to kind of fit the bounding box for my shadowing right in this area. And I'll keep the resolution pretty low so we can play back, but you can crank this up and get like super clean resolutions. Like I was saying in that first video I showed, you had those little balls or spheres. There were 2 clips. As soon as the phone came into play, from that phone, everything else was rendered directly here in After Effects. So that was not Redshift. It was just right here in After Effects. And what really made it kick was being able to use Red Giant. I was using like a lot of the, the bokeh blur and things like that they have, which is just killer. So it's, again, it's so much fun having like all of these tools coming together and working so seamlessly. But so here in After Effects, you can start to see how everything kind of comes together. Okay, so that's just some basics of 3D and how we build this up. Now what I'd like to show you is some workflows of kind of how I started to put together that project. So what I did was, let me jump over here to this scene, which is my orange particles. And so what I'll do to start is you'll see that I have these rendered particles that are coming into the scene. And so what I wanted to do was I wanted to say, okay, well, I'm going to have something like a complex simulation that I need to use Cinema and Redshift for. And I want to be able to mix that with real-time 3D inside of After Effects. Because the goal here was we were going to have 2 different environments, and the phone was going to slightly change a lot. So what this gives me, or the capability this gives me, is that I can have the background rendered, which took a while to render out, and that's going to be static. Well, I know it moves, but it's static in that I'm not going to have to re-render that. But the phone, I didn't want to have to like, okay, now I got to re-render all the particles in the phone because we changed it again and again. Here in After Effects, I can just have multiple copies that were sent over from Cinema, and I can just alt drag and bring those in to the layer stack and update that phone, is what I was trying to do. So in order for that to work, what I did here, if I look at this orange scene, so I started off and I brought in the phone, and you can see that it starts like this, and then at about at this far in, the phone is actually going to rotate, and you can see it rotating here in the 3D view. So it starts to rotate like this. And so I did a little bit of animation smoothing on that rotation, got it set up. And then once that was done, I came over to File, and I did an export, and I used the Maxon Cinema 4D exporter. So what this did is it created for me a Cinema 4D scene with my camera, my animation curves. Now, it doesn't send the 3D object over, but what I did for the 3D object is I have this screen element. And so let me show you this. I'll switch this over to my default view so you can see it. So this is this little screen element, and all this guy is a 3D solid that is set, and this is, again, the fun part of being able to use 3D in After Effects, is I have this little 3D solid, and I actually physically set it inside of the glass part of my phone. So it's inside there. And what that does is if I jump over to my screen, it gives me this capability and this little pre-comp to drag in like different images and videos, and that's how I'm doing my screen replacement. So once that was set up, it jumps over, and here's the scene that I got inside of Cinema. So it comes in, and it looks like this. So now I have this scene in Cinema. And so if I play it, you'll see that I have these particles shooting out, and they're going to hit the phone, and then at a certain time, the keyframed animation from After Effects is pulling it over, and then I have a little holdout area. So that screen came in, it came in as a 3D plane, and then I had my phone, I just parented it to the 3D plane. So then I had a Z-Remesh version of it that was like not a lot of topology, so I could do this attraction or this so that I could have all the particles attract on it. And then to render it back out so it all looks like it molds together on the object, I just throw in a Redshift object, and for the matte ID, I just set the alpha to 0. So real quick, if we jump back here to After Effects, and you can see that as this guy comes in on my particles, take a second here for it to render. right here. I'll back it up a little bit. There we go. Let's get it right there, maybe. You can see that you've got the particles interacting with the phone. And like I said, the phone piece right there, that's actual 3D object inside of After Effects. And so that holdout matte from the render from Cinema is what's letting me blend everything together. So the next thing I'd like to do is let's take a look at the particle simulation and how that works. This was new for me. It was a blast because part of this project was, I want to learn how to use the new particle system. So I want to run through that with you guys so you can kind of see how it works. So let me just turn off basically all this stuff. And let's just take a look at it, just step through it real quick. So if I play, you can see, first thing I'm doing is I'm just shooting some particles out into the scene like this. And real simple, right? And my basic emitter here, you can see that it has just a few settings. One of the things that you'll see here is my numbers for my scene are astronomically, ridiculously large. I don't know what I did, but I screwed something up when I brought things over, and the scene was like ridiculously scaled really hard, and I mean really large. And so I was going through and doing some stuff, and I was, and when you have the scale off really bad, it messes with your physics simulations. So I did all this work, and I got it to work just like I wanted, and I realized, oh, well, I had so much trouble because the scene size, but at that point, I wasn't changing it. So you'll look, and when it says that my radius for my particles is 1,000 centimeters, like, that's not what, I didn't mean to do that, but it works, so I left it be. All right, so the particles come in. First things first, let's take a look at some things. So first thing I did was I added a little turbulence here. So this is a force of turbulence. So this turbulence comes in, you can see now, it comes in and kind of throws them around a little bit, and they're still in a line like I wanted, but it throws them around, but they're not colliding. So to get them to collide with the object, it's actually really simple. So if I scroll down here, you can see on my cube object here, all I have is a collision object. And then inside my particle group, I have a collide object. And so once those guys are enabled, so I'm going to enable a collide, and now if I play this back, they should come in and it should just, boom, collide, but it kind of spins off like this. So the next thing that I wanted to do was have the particles hit and then kind of flow around the object. And so there is a modifier for surface attract. So I came in here and I enabled the surface attract. It's inside my particle group, and I'm animating the attract, strength, and follow just to kind of get some variation. But now when this comes in and we take a look, it does this. So now they're kind of following along. It's really, really cool. And I got to say, that's one of the things that I thought was awesome about Cinema. So I started using Cinema as my main 3D app like a year ago. And I've been super surprised about how easy it is to kind of get things started. Like, I'm not like a simulation guy. Like, I have trouble with this stuff. But, I thought, it looks so cool. I'm going to try it. And so I tried it, and it's surprisingly easy. Like, I couldn't believe it. Now, I will say, I did get some help. I did have some trouble. And luckily, I know these guys back here, the Maxon team, they're super awesome. And I was able to ask my buddy Ian, and he got me in contact with the legendary Noseman. This guy's amazing. I learned Cinema by watching his videos, so if he's here, thank you so much. But anyways, he gave me some information about how I could work with my shaders a little bit, so that was good. But other than that, like it's surprisingly how easy it is to get things going inside of Cinema. Okay, so let's look at some more things real quick. So now we've got the surface attract happening. Well, then what I did was I started adding some fields in my scene. I've got my turbulence going and some other forces that I'll just enable. And I'm using all that just to kind of just throw the particles in around the scene. You can see they're coming in and just doing some different things here. Let's go ahead and enable some of these other guys in here. So first thing I'll do is turn on a couple more of these guys. And one of them here that's really awesome is this flock. So if I turn these guys on, you can see this is what my particles look like. So it's still not really doing what I was doing, but this flock modifier it was one of the favorite ones that I figured out because I was like, oh, this thing is great. So what it'll do is it'll basically kind of make little communities out of the particles, and they'll try to follow each other and stick to each other. And some of them will be like, I don't like that guy. I'm going to go this way, and that kind of stuff. So I'll turn this on. And I'll play it, and so now you'll see that I'm getting this is what I actually rendered out. So the groupings of the particles coming together kind of look pretty cool, and then I'm just using those fields at the end. You saw those, they kind of lined out, just to kind of blow the particles away a little bit. And so now you'll see that they're all kind of pulling into themselves. And so to fix that, there was one thing that I did was I came over here to my color mapper, and we'll talk about that last, but I'm going to turn on this conditional statement here. And so these things let you kind of vary what you want to do in the scene. So with this conditional statement, I was looking at the velocity magnitude of the particles. And I was saying, hey, if they're over this amount, then get rid of them. And you'll see that my value is like 80,000, because again, my scene scale was so screwed up, but it worked. So we'll come in here and we'll kill those particles. So now if I pull this back and hit play, you'll see they're colored. I'll show you how I did that in a second. But they come in, they hit, and they're attracting, they're sticking, they're moving around. And then what I want to do is have the particles kind of like they're being pulled into the power of the display. So that's when the attract comes in. And then I'm fading them out over time. And then they weren't going all the place because I killed the ones that were hitting the collision and going nuts. So I got rid of those guys. All right, so let's take a look at the material. So if we look at the material, and this is also another cool thing that you can do is, you know, I have my particles, and then you can take like a redshift material and just apply it to your particle group. So that's what I did here. And I have this little redshift material. So if you look, this is how the redshift material was created. And it's not complex, pretty simple. And I'll show you what you do. So like with particles, you have all this stuff like position and rotation and velocity and magnitude and direction and all kinds of crazy stuff, right? So you can use that in your shaders to get cool values. So, I jumped ahead. One thing, before I do that, on this color mapper, this is how you color map things. So what I wanted to do was have the particles come in, and when they hit the phone, I wanted them to change color. So I just grabbed the color mapper, I set it to be a gradient, but the property is velocity and magnitude. So that's as the velocity they come in, they're dark because they're faster, but when they hit the phone and they slow down, they now magically start to change this color, which is really cool. And I'm using these values in the shader to drive emission. So let's take a look at that. All right, so where is my redshift guy? All right, so first things first, what you do is you come over and you grab a node from the redshift library here, just user data. And if you look at it, I'm using this one that's called RSP velocity. I don't know what that means, but it's the one I needed. If you look at presets and you go to particles, these are the values that you can get depending on, like this is a vector user data. So this is like the, you know, the vector data I can get from my particles. Well, velocity was the one that I wanted to use. And so this is where the awesome legendary Noseman, thank you so much. This is where he helped me right here. So what he was saying was the vector length, you can use the vector length node to parse the speed from that velocity that's coming in. So that's what this is doing. And then, since that speed is a scalar value, like it's in a float, what you can do is, and it could be any value, so we need to kind of remap it. So that's why they have this little change range node here. So we're just using change range to like normalize the value. And you can see here I'm just normalizing between 0 and 1. And then this little scalar remap, you can see it's just what this one's doing is just using a little ramp to have a little bit of a fall off in that. And then the data that's coming out of this, the goal of this was to drive my emission color. So then where am I getting the color from? So remember it was from the color mapper. So then again, I use another one of the user datas. It's the color user data. And that comes in. And if we look at the properties for this guy under particles, since it's color, I can get the particle color from this. And that's what came from the color mapper. Perfect. That's that gradient that was dark blue to light blue. So when I had that, and I have this grayscale scalar value, I then multiplied those two together just using a simple multiplier node, and that is driving my emission color. And then I'm just taking the color data and plugging it straight into subsurface. So I didn't even bother with using like base color. So what I did on this was just use subsurface because it was just giving it a little bit of like a dark fall off around the edge. Because the first time I did color and it was working, but it just looked like not a sphere, but it looked more like little discs because it was like a solid color. But by using subsurface, just the general nature of that, I was able to kind of adjust the weight of that to do a fall off. And it little effort, but it did exactly what I wanted, which was great. So once all that stuff came together, that's when I was able just to render everything out. And like I said, I would render out, I did a gray one and a blue one using the same scene. It was just a matter of going into my, once it was all set up, all I had to do was go to my color mapper and just change my gradient. So I had a preset gradient set up, one for gray, it was gray to orange, and this one's like light blue to dark blue. And then my phone variation was all coming from Substance, rendered real time inside of After Effects. All right, so with that said, I think that pretty much just closes out what I was going to showcase here. Let's see, one other thing. Yeah, so you can see again, here's where the pieces come together. You'll see some different flickering of that color. I'm going to show you what that actually is. There's a little setting that's super powerful as that comes together. So let me show you that real quick. Here in the color mapper, we have our gradient, but if you keep scrolling down, there is a section here to just add a noise to it. So without the noise, it looked, I don't know, it looked too flat. So here I was just applying a noise, and I just kept playing with the scale values and stuff. So it was like alternating this noise between dark and light values, and then it was altering the pixel value, I mean the emission values, making them some bright, some not, and it was just giving a little bit more chaotic feel to it, and it just, I don't know, it was a lot cooler. And again, just like things in cinema, it was easy. I just click a button and it was ready to go. All right, so actually I think that's going to close it out for me. Thank you all very much for coming, and actually, because I put the work in to do the slide, let me open it up. Let's see here. And we'll play it. All right, thank you. So this is my QR code, and if you guys feel like this is a link to, like, you know, all the social stuff. But like, I do a lot of videos. I have my own YouTube channel. I'm constantly doing substance training videos on there. On my Instagram, I'm doing lots of just workflow videos. So a lot of the things I concentrate on are just little reels that are giving you, quick tips and tutorials. So if you're interested in learning more about substance, how it works with cinema, how you can work it more towards a motion graphics with like After Effects, check out what I've got there. I'm constantly updating it. Thank you all so much. Thank you for watching online. I really appreciate your time, and I'm over at the Adobe Substance booth. If you guys have any questions, happy to chat. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you so much, Wes. I was just telling Ian, like, it shows how passionate you are about everything and teaching. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I do. I just truly love this stuff. Like, it's just awesome. And it's like, I sound like, but it really is fun and cool. And in this day and age, it's so, you've got YouTube, you got these things, you can learn so much. It's awesome.
That is brilliant.
Yeah.
We love it.
All right, well, thanks, guys.
If you all have any questions, please connect with Wes. He's there. He's going to be around here. Do not go anywhere. We have Ian Robinson, IR Sculpts, who is our senior trainer at Maxon, going to talk about ZBrush for iPad, which is a special presentation. You can also scan the QR code to win a Maxon 1 license. We'll be back in 10 minutes, and do not go anywhere, please. Thank you.
Created by artists for artists, ZBrush for iPad offers a fully reimagined user interface and touch-based controls without sacrificing the power and functionality of ZBrush for desktop. Apple's user-friendly touch capabilities make it easy to jump right into sculpting, especially if you're a new user. And you can streamline your workflow using gestures to control common features such as draw size, focal shift, undos, and redos. The new Apple Pencil features will speed up your sculpting process by assigning actions. Adjust things like draw size, Z intensity, or focal shift, or set squeeze to adjust polyframe on or off. You can also customize the Apple Pencil to create simple, quick access to features such as trimming your mesh to the screen, solo your subtool, replay the last stroke, create a new folder, activate symmetry, and so much more. For artists who want to continue their sculpt on desktop, simply save your work. This version allows users with subscriptions to transfer files between iPad and desktop seamlessly, whether it's saving out a ZTL or a Z project, or just pressing the one-button Go Z solution to transfer your creations. ZBrush for iPad's highly customizable user interface lets you personalize your own digital sculpting experience so you can have all the tools arranged just the way you like them. Polycount can reach upwards to the same detail level as the desktop, depending on the iPad memory and version. Up to 92 million polys per mesh has been achieved on the latest M4 iPad. You also can get ZBrush's unrivaled collection of proprietary digital sculpting brushes created with real-world sculpting techniques in mind, so you can get the same type of natural feelings with sculpting with polygons that you get with clay. The familiar ZBrush features you've come to love are now available in ZBrush for iPad. Experience the same powerful tools and capabilities on the go. Z-Remesher generates a new mesh with an even distribution of polygons, preserving the essential details and flow of the original surface. Sculptures Pro adds and reduces triangle tessellation with each brushstroke, making it simple to focus on sculpting without worrying about technical restraints. Dynamesh retopologizes while sculpting, so as you stretch the digital clay or add volume, it retains the same basic digital sculpting detail. Array Mesh lets you create duplicate instances of geometry in varying patterns and shapes in real time. The dynamic system enhances your sculpt by allowing any surface to be draped over another surface to give that extra touch to your characters. Live Boolean gives users the ability to combine, subtract, and/or use intersections to create unique results. Polypainting makes it easy to paint and sculpt at the same time, making it possible to paint on a model's surface without first assigning a texture map. We're excited that all these features and more are now available to artists who want to work anywhere they feel inspired. ZBrush for iPad is included with your ZBrush or Maxon One subscription, and is...
Welcome back, everybody. Last presentation today, but I'm most excited for this in a way because it's the new ZBrush for iPad presentation by none other than our very own Ian Robinson, who's also known as IR Sculpt. He's also a senior trainer at Maxon and does everything ZBrush. So this is going to be exciting. He's going to show tips and tricks of how to use ZBrush on iPad, which we have released recently, 3 days ago. You can also download the assets which are created by the artist and play around with them. And I'll let Ian take over and he'll explain things further.
All right. Thank you, buddy. What's going on, everybody? So get ready for loud and proud and very excited for ZBrush for iPad, which you can see here on the screen. Before we get into that, we're going to play you a little something, because that's how we roll. So let me go ahead and come back over here. Boop, little sneak peek. Let's do it. All right, right? So ZBrush for iPad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So what's really important about knowing ZBrush for iPad is the history of ZBrush and where it's come from and where it's going. The number one thing to remember about ZBrush in general is that for the last 25 years, it's really helped shape the industries that it's been a part of, from games, films, toys, animation, architecture, you name it. If there was sculpting involved somehow, some way, it was a part of that. And now we're going into the next evolution and going mobile, which is really, really important, not only for us as a company, but also for you as the artist when you want to take your creations on the go. So this is going to be a little bit more of like a how to get started right away. And one of the things that I wanted to point out is this nice little help icon, which is this guy right there. Now you might see a little blue finger showing up here and there. That's because I'm in presentation mode. So anytime you plug in your iPad to any device and display it, it automatically showcases where I'm touching. So you don't have to guess, it's just right there. So if I click that little guy right there, what it will do, my internet's a little funky dunky, so I preloaded it, but it will take you to an entire Getting Started series that we created here at Maxon. So shout out to my colleague Rodolfo Silva, because he went through and just really knocked out about 20 videos. You can see my internet's a little slow here. That's my fault because I'm tethered. But the thing is that you can go ahead and just start watching today and get started on it. So really, just dive in, just have some fun. Going back to ZBrush itself, we're just, like I said, going to go over how to get started. So you can see I have a ton of projects here, and we're going to go over some of that today to kind of show you the high fidelity that ZBrush can offer, because there's three things specifically that we really wanted to focus on. The brush system is what ZBrush is most known for. It's that intuitive, like that really tactile feel without being super tactile. It's like it just feels right, if you know what I mean. Customability, be able to customize your UI, and then of course too, just being able to have high fidelity sculpts. So let's just start off with not being super narcissistic, I promise, but me. So one of the things I've been really passionate about is photogrammetry lately, and of course meshes that are scanned usually are quite dense, so I thought, let's just show it off. So here, oh, I hit a button. Did I hit something? What happened? Hold on. Hold on. There it is. Okay, my computer went to sleep mode, so don't mind that. I'll have to wiggle that. So here, you can see, if we zoom in, I was actually scanned about 2 years ago by a scan truck company called the Scan Truck over at the ZBrush Summit. And they were nice enough to provide me myself. And what you can see here is, up here at the top, we have a silhouette, but next to that is a number that actually shows how dense this is. So this is about 3.2 million, which is not too crazy, but you can go ahead and turn around and clean certain things up, like my lovely boss and CEO, Dave. There he is. Well, we wanted to 3D print him, and if you're done with this, on the other side there's a 3D printer. You can actually check out the model, but we totally cleaned him up here, and we did all of this within ZBrush for iPad. So now, one of the other things we're gonna call out while we're looking at Dave's face is the UI. So the UI is the number one thing that is very, very different from ZBrush in general. If you've seen ZBrush, oh yeah, you have it? Perfect, awesome. It seems that every year at IBC, I provide a 3D print. So let's just go ahead and hand that to you. There you go. And if you could pass that around, it'd be great. So the UI is the number one thing that everybody says, oh my God, Ian, ZBrush UI, I can't learn it, it's impossible. Well, we took that to heart, and we thought instead of just go ahead and just changing the desktop up and freaking everybody out, we would go ahead and take advantage of the new iPad and the UI. So we're gonna go over that first, which on here on the left-hand side, we actually have a ton of brushes that ZBrush ships with. And the thing to point out is all of them now have folders. So you can quickly identify the brushes you would like to use within ZBrush. You also have some nice materials. And we're going to shout out Monster Clay. This is a new addition to our material set. We actually partnered with Monster Clay, scanned actual clay, brought it in. So if I want to see what my boss would look like, I can actually come here, grab this. And we're going to go ahead and quickly grab an RGB color. So let's come here, hold on, boop. Let's go ahead, add in material, and then come in and say fill. So now I can see what he looks like with Monster Clay. So I have material sets. I do have my alphas and stroke types that have been brought over as well, because the brush system is utilizing those two functions. And then you saw here quickly, I actually have a way to color and paint. And then down here at the bottom, if we come over here, boop, we actually have focus shift control. We have brush size control, which might be a little hard to see, but there it is. I touch right there. So you can actually increase that. What's really fun too is we took advantage of the touch sensitivity. So if I were to press and hold, drag up and let go, boop, there we go. So if I were to press and hold, drag up and let go, my screen is blinking. I need to really learn how to use a Mac. So, well, wait, there you go, pause for effect. I just want to keep you guys in suspense. I'm just going to let the Mac do that every now and then. So I can go ahead and drag and then let go, and it snaps that. So I can quickly press and hold something, increase my sensitivity, increase my brush size, and go ahead, and that will drop off. So it's just a nice way to go ahead and make changes. If you're used to ZBrush, and you have the opposite hand, then you'll notice that a lot of times you had a keyboard that you would go to. You would say BCB or whatever for what brush you're looking for. Here, you're actually just going ahead and using this nice little widget system. And this widget system is going to become your best friend. You can see I have Shift, Control, and Alt, and then Spacebar, which opens up a custom menu. And this custom menu is something that we're going to get into in a little bit, but you can also position this in different areas to suit your needs for sculpting. So if you like your custom menu popping up over here, and you're used to sculpting off over here on the side, you can bring that widget there, and you can go ahead and do all that. So super fun, easy to use. The next part is on the right-hand side, which is where all of the palettes and stuff live. So again, anytime you're inside of ZBrush, you have a lot of familiar tools with you. So we have Array Mesh, we have Slime Bridge, subtools, all the fun stuff. And it's really easy to come in here up at the top and say insert a new primitive. I can go ahead and use my two fingers to pinch and zoom. And then we can go ahead down here at the bottom and just open up our nice little gizmo. We can scale this down. We can start putting a hat or whatever we would like on there. So full customization. So you have your tool sets and stuff. I don't know why I said full customization because we haven't even got into that yet. So just seeing who's paying attention. All right. Next, we also have our subtool menu. This one's really cool because the subtool menu is something everyone's asked to have separate from everything else. So we took note and we said, you know what? That's what we can do. We can break apart our subtools so then you can have accessibility to them right away. And also, there's this little icon right up here. And if I drag that off, I now actually get a nice little sub-menu for that. I really need to do that. So a nice little sub-menu here that I can quickly open up my favorite palettes without having to go in and dig every time. So it's really good and easy to come in here and actually just pick that up. And it remembers where I was last at. So if I was on thick skin or something like that and I close that down and then I go ahead and start sculpting, which I'm just going to come in here and just like, boom, start sculpting on them. I can come back, open that up, and you can see it's still there on thick skin. So it's really just helpful to keep an eye on where things are. Let's go ahead and do that. At the bottom here, we actually have our popular brushes. These are some of the most popular brushes that we've actually have been watching the user base, watching the community, and they say that they love these brushes the most. So we ship with these brushes right away. So you can go ahead and start using the clay buildup, the dam standard, the standard brush, etc. All these brushes live here at the bottom. But as you'll notice, I can swipe and I get a little plus sign down there. So what happens if I click that? Well, now I have access to all of my brushes, and now we're into customization. So for here, I can actually come in and say, you know what, all those brushes are great, but I have a few other ones that I really, really, really like. So I love chisel brushes. These are some of my favorite. So I can go ahead, click and press, drag this down to the bottom, and I can put that there, and I can just start adding. But one at a time is a little boring and a little problematic. I just want to be done with it. So instead, I can go ahead, click and drag one time, and then I can say, well, I need some cloth brushes. And while I'm holding, I need some of these IMM brushes, need a couple paint brushes, and maybe a couple select brushes. Now I have 9 brushes, and I can drag and drop them, and there they are. So they all pop down at the bottom. I can even do the opposite. What if I made a mistake and grabbed too many brushes? So I can go ahead and hold that, and then I can start clicking, and then I can drag that down to the bottom and delete them, and now they're gone. And this is actually a really cool key feature that Apple provides for even customizing the apps on the phone or the iPad. Now we brought that technology straight into ZBrush. The other one is the quick menu. So you'll hear this quite often. ZBrush has menus upon menus upon menus, and this is, well, it's true. We have a lot of stuff. So instead of having to always go in and dig down and find your favorite feature, you can actually go into your quick menu. And for here, you can say, you know what, I want my own custom menu, things I rely on the most. So I can go to geometry and say, you know what, reconstruct subdivision. I want to have that, that, and that. Drag that over here. I really love my poly groups, so I want to keep all that stuff, and I'll drag that here. And I'll probably do some more poly group stuff. Maybe some contact stuffs. Grab all of this cool stuff, drag it here. And you can see too, now if I keep adding, I can actually end up just scrolling up and have that functionality. So I can have one custom menu for everything, or I can have up to 5 to have a lot of everything. So think about like hard surface. When you get in hard surface mode, then you have certain brushes for that. When you get into sculptural, organic mode, you have brushes for that. So you can organize in that way, and that can really just help kind of save time. And again, all of that is accessible with the space bar right up here. So then I can swipe over, and there is my custom menu, and I can come in and drag and grab that stuff ASAP. All right, great. So that's it, right? No. So again, the thing to remember is the full power of ZBrush is now with you. Now, not every feature made it in this first build. However, there are a lot of plans to bring more and keep that one-to-one base. So as we go through this, let's talk about saving real quick, because of course, I can just grab a brush, I can just start sculpting, but what happens when I want to save my project? Well, up here at the top left-hand side, which, oh yeah, I can use that little guy. So up there, I actually have a couple icons. I have my home icon, which would send me back to the home page I first started with. I have the ability to save. And also, any brush or any button that has a little arrow icon, it's a little hard to see, but it's like a little kind of triangle arrow. That signifies a long press action. And so I can save as, save next, or I can adjust any of that stuff in the user setting, which I'll show you where that is in a minute. We also have the ability to import. And this is going to be one of the biggest used features, because how many ZBrush artists out there, especially you online, how many have your own custom brushes and you want to use those? Yeah, a lot. I know I do. I have about 150 custom brushes, so I easily want to bring that in, and you absolutely can. So you can come in here, do brush, and you can do a select file. You can find your brushes really quickly and import them right away. You can also import other models, which is how I got Dave in here in the first place. I was able to drag him in here and start working on them. So I can bring in those files, textures, floor grids, alphas, materials, anything you've done in the past with native ZBrush, save those out and bring them in and take your custom experience on the go. We also have the ability to export. Now, exporting is pretty straightforward. We actually support a few different file types. We have OBJ, USDZ, ZTL, ZPR, etc. But the one on top, which if you go into the playlist at the bottom, it'll actually show you a good presentation of it, is GoZ Now allows you to send your model from ZBrush straight to the latest version of ZBrush Desktop. And the way to do that is to keep you need to be on the same network, essentially. So you need to have the same Wi-Fi signal or the same network connected, but then your computer will show up, and then it will just boop straight on over, and you can go back and forth between the two. So you can start in the iPad, you're at the zoo, you're hanging out with your kids, you're sculpting monkeys, and then you turn around, go home, send it to your desktop, and it's good to go. You also, too, on at least the latest versions of the M series of the iPad, they're Type-C connectivity. So I've been walking around with a hard drive, pretty much just saving things on my 1 terabyte hard drive and moving stuff back and forth that way. But with GoZ, it makes it a lot faster. And it doesn't matter if it's Mac or PC. If you have an iPad, you're on PC. As long as you're on the same network, it should connect just fine. And then at the top right-hand side, we have a few other buttons. So we have our famous recall history that's up here. So anything that you've done in the time being. So we did have this little weird hat at the top that I put in there. So that is your undo history. We have our customization button at the top. We also have a little help menu, and then we have our user settings. And so with our user settings, you can actually see that we have a few different features in here that we've been trying to utilize the hardware of the actual Apple devices, which this is an Apple Pencil Pro. And so one of the things that we've been doing is functioning on the squeeze and the double tap of the feature. So if I go ahead and double tap, notice like it's kind of hard to see online, but I'm up here at the top. If I double tap, you can actually see that I'm turning on and off the wireframe. And if I squeeze, I actually have symmetry turned on, but I can change this to whatever I need it to be. So I could change the action of squeezing to fit. So then if I squeeze, it's actually going to snap back and forth. So this way I can kind of like get an idea of my experience in ZBrush and how I want to function it. And sometimes I like to snap in, but also too, what if I'm zoomed all the way like this? If you've sculpted it for a while, then you know what I'm talking about. You're already here. Just a quick squeeze and I'm already back. And it's just so much easier to use. So you're not like trying to fight the application. And then, of course, we have the ability to adjust our navigation, which this one's really, really important because out the gate, as you can see, I'm able to go ahead and pinch and zoom, rotate, navigate. I can let go with one finger, and I can kind of zoom in and out. But I can change this experience for me by focusing on how I rotate. There's a lot of artists that love rotating on the y-axis, so if I click that, now it's just going to be a little bit easier to rotate on that y-axis. I can actually come over here too and adjust my zoom speed. So there are other applications where the zoom on a device might be a little slower, a little faster. So you can change all of that right away. So if you would like it slower, you can just go ahead and change that experience for you. And anywhere where you see a number, you can actually turn around and tap and you get a nice little calculator. And that calculator allows you to put in a custom number of your choosing. So now I can rotate real slow or real fast, depends on how you want to do it. So there's a ton of stuff to dive into. I won't bore you with all the technicalities of this today, but just know that your user experience is really important to us. So we made sure to really focus on the user settings and the functionality of that so you can have a unique experience for yourself. And if you push it too far and you don't remember certain settings, you can always come back in and just reset your settings and go back to scratch. But the thing to remember is that when you make a change here, so if I come in here and I say, oh yeah, I want this to be 0.75 and I want this to be 0.68, whatever, random numbers, but let's say that's where you settle on things. The thing to remember is that it automatically saves that preset for you. So if I close down ZBrush for iPad, come back in, it's going to remember that. I don't have to go to preferences and config and save that. It automatically does that for you. Very cool. So let's go ahead and take a look at a couple other things. So I'm just not going to save that project. And so I'm going to pull up somebody who is a little adorable with this little guy. And we'll go over a few quick features and stuff like that. And then, yeah. So here, boop. Let's come in here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I'm a little mushroom dude that was working on. He actually happened to make it in the video, which was really, really cool. But some of the things that we would like to remember is, again, how do we want to have our experience with our application? So if we go ahead and just take a look at the body of him real quick. So I press and hold Alt and I tap his body. If we turn on the wireframe, you can see I have this little guy selected. And so here, focusing on the bottom, there's a few things that we really want to pay attention to. You notice that he's actually in Dynamesh mode. And so if I go ahead and hover over the state, you can see I have a lot of options with this one little button. And this is how I like to sculpt. I like to basically sketch on the fly. That's how I look at sculpting. I basically have a blackout method and then I refine as I go. And we took that into consideration when we were talking about the experience of iPad. So you can start off with Dynamesh, and you also have the ability to turn on and off Sculptress, which helps you get really fine details that are actually in, you know, something that's low res. So if you want like a scar on a low res character and you only want to rebuild, we have Sculptress that is on there. So with this brush, we could actually come in, start sculpting, and you can see the resolution is changing right away. And then when we're satisfied with that, we can go into the next step of the process, which is to Z-remesh. So we have this little Z-remesher that's right next to that process. And we can turn off Sculptures for this. And I can turn around and go ahead and Z-remesh. But before I do that, maybe I want to come up here at the top and click this little icon. And this little icon up here is actually allowing me, let me use my finger here. This little icon right here allows me to save history and state, because again, recall history is super important in the ZBrush world. So I want to save that history. So when it's orange like that, it's turned on. And when it's not orange, it's turned off. So we'll go ahead and turn that on for a second. Let's come back to Z-remesher. And we're just going to do some of my custom favorite settings, which I like to have adapt turned on, but I turn adaptive size down. Make sure my symmetry, he is symmetrical, so let's turn that on, which is right over here. And then we're just going to go ahead and say, you know what, let's do about 2500, and let's go ahead and hit Z-remesher. And again, you have the power of ZBrush on the iPad. So it's just going to go ahead and take a second, or maybe I broke it. That's kind of how my live streams go. While it's thinking, oh, nope, it's done. Never mind. So yeah, you can see right here that we went ahead and Z-remeshed it, and we can also turn around and say, you know what, let's go. Let's just do half and Z-remesh that again, and that takes a second, and then we have it. So once you have that here, then you go to the next step, which is you just need to subdivide. So we can subdivide a few times, and then we can just literally come up here to our subtool, and we can come up to our project, and then we can do our project history. It's going to ask, hey, I had color on there. Do we want to have that color information? Say yes. Go ahead and give that a second. And this is usually how my live streams go, which is normally about Wednesdays, where I just talk forever, and they pay me to do it, which is super awesome. But now you can see here, boop, there we go. I got that color information back. So now I was able to move into the next step of that process. And again, I turn that off. And so I'm able to just take all of the familiar methods of ZBrush and just be on the go. And that's the most important part about this when you're working with ZBrush for iPad. Now, one thing I'm going to say right away, because I bet you there are questions going on in the comments right now in the live stream, there are 4 ways to get ZBrush for iPad. There's a free version, where you just go ahead, download the app, and just sign in and just play with it. It's limited on, it doesn't have all the brushes, doesn't have all the features, but it gives you the right experience so you can play with it without having to worry about, oh, is this going to be different? The only difference is that it's just a few features and stuff are locked. There is a paid standalone version, which is $9.99 a month on from the App Store, so $9.99 a month, or $89.99 US, by the way. Those are US prices. The regions do vary, but for the year, it'd be $89.99. And then if you are already a part of Maxon 1, then you already have it, so congratulations, no excuse. Please go download that and tag me at IR Sculpts. And then, of course, if you already have a ZBrush license subscription, guess what? You already got it. So then you can also go download it, and then you can bother me later online. So just wanted to get that out of the way real quick. Cool. I only have a few more minutes left, but some of the things I would like to shout out real fast is just show you how powerful this is. And we have quite a few different sculpts. One of them that I'm going to pull up right now. So Anya sorry, I've already butchered her name, and I so apologize. Anya Smeltzer. She's actually presenting, I believe, tomorrow. So this is one of her models. She was a beta tester here, and you can just see the level of detail and just how beautiful of work you can get. We also, when working with Monster Clay, we had hired an artist to come in and give it a test and actually see like, what could he do with it just working on the iPad? Could he take his sculpture, traditional Monster Clay sculpture work, and learn ZBrush and then come in and build something? And this is what he built being on the iPad. And to do it justice, we're going to go ahead and say, here you go, here's Monster Clay. And we're going to move into some rendering. This is by Jorge Nagard. And you can see just super beautiful detail, resolution. This is about 5 million. And you can go ahead and hit render, and you can just see the different levels of details that the model will actually provide. So it's taking your workflow on the go. So really, if you've been a ZBrush artist, there's absolutely no change in your workflow. It's just now you're on a different device, and you can just continue forward. If you're new to sculpting in general, this is actually a really great way to get your feet wet, to dive in, and to just focus on the model. Or just focus on your art journey, which to me, at the end of the day, that's the most important thing. Come in, have fun, and just enjoy the process. So, that being said, what time? Let me just time check myself real quick. Okay, great. Yep. That being said, I'm actually pretty much done with my presentation. I just really want to emphasize a couple things, which is the idea that, that's the video. One second. Yes. Okay, here we go. The thing I just want to really emphasize is it doesn't matter really what it is you want to do. If you want to sculpt, if you want to try something, come in, give it a shot. Again, here's another beta test model. He came in here and he just blew it out of the way. You saw it in the promo. You can just see the level of detail. And this is actually 26 million vertices. It's like really intense. And you have just full control of ZBrush. So In my opinion, just go ahead, download it, give it a shot, give a review, let us know. This is a really significant point in ZBrush's history. It's the next level where we want to actually have you have the ability to take stuff on the go, enjoy it. So hopefully I see you guys at coffee shops, on the park, live streaming, or just having a fun time and creating some amazing imagery. So with that, I'll let you get back to IBC, maybe a couple fun little walks around, and I'll see you there. If you guys have any questions, I'm always going to be on the ZBrush side of things, just going ahead, playing with it. Please come try to break it. I encourage you to do so, because then we actually know what it is that we can help provide for the future of our feature sets. So again, thank you guys very much, and enjoy the rest of IBC.
Wow, that was exciting.
Thank you.
Are you all going to try it? Please do. You can just go around the corner and try ZBrush for iPad there. Ian will be there as well. You can come back tomorrow. We are here tomorrow and Monday as well. You can try it, enjoy it. You'll get hooked onto it, I can assure you that. And thank you so much, Ian.
Thank you.
Fun. Thank you, everybody watching. It's been a great day. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Please scan for a chance of winning Maxon 1 license. And thank you to our partners again, Apple, Dell, HP, ZenSlab, and Wacom for providing the hardware. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Also available as a standalone subscription. This includes over 200 of ZBrush's leading digital sculpting brushes and allows you to load the thousands of custom desktop brushes that have been created by our incredible user base. For anyone wanting to try the world's leading digital sculpting application, now on iPad, a free plan is available with some limitations in functionality. This builds on the same powerful sculpting foundation with 28 of some of the more popular brushes. We can't wait to see what you'll bring to life.
and I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
I've always wanted to be able to sit on my couch, sculpt something when that idea strikes, to have that opportunity to just put it down on paper. And I think that ZBrush for iPad really allows for that. And I think in the future, it allows for me and my workflow a lot more iteration, a lot more creative ideas, construction of characters quicker, and it allows me to get my ideas out a lot quicker.
We are human beings. We need like new stimulus, right? And then when I bring the iPad outside to see the nature more, and I can get inspired more, and I can draw and sketch instantly. So it's huge.
You have toys and tools, professional tools. ZBrush for iPad is a professional tool. You can definitely do professional work in the iPad version of ZBrush.
I think the future of sculpting is very bright, because I think before, when you have a huge barrier of entry to someone who isn't an artist, or maybe is but doesn't have the funds to be buying tablets left and right, I think a lot of people have products like iPad, and it's going to allow a lot more people access to be making things that they thought was only possible with a crazy setup.
The idea of enabling like professional level work, not only for someone like me that can travel, but to me, I think the most exciting thing is getting to a future where someone who's interested in this sort of thing that doesn't even have a desktop or doesn't have experience 3D modeling or sculpting could play around and make some stuff on an iPad and get some of that joy and fun that I get from doing this kind of art that I do. That's what's, I think, the most exciting part of it.
I mean, I can really see that to be a very handy tool, especially, if you're in like I said, in a conference with 47 producers who can't make up their mind. And if they said, well, maybe if you want to change that a little bit, you could do it right there on the spot with them, which I really see as an advantage. And I think having them involved in that would actually help them decide, oh, I saw him do that and I suggested that, so I like that design, so I can see that being a real plus.
Capsules are our library of assets, models, shaders, materials, presets, and more designed to help kickstart your projects. Our capsules drop in June included a minimalist home office collection with beautifully designed models and original photographs to outfit your workspace. You can even explore a complete Cinema 4D scene file to see how to create your own home interior rendering. Our extensive library of realistic plants continues to grow, now offering over 600 different plant models to add life to your environments. In July, we completely revamped the look and feel of our material and object capsules in the asset browser. It's never been easier to make an apples-to-apples comparison between materials and get an accurate sense of how they'll look in your scene. We've also rolled out an amazing collection of 3D scanned natural materials by exterior.com, perfect for environment layout and rendering, everything from sand to lava rock to grass. When combined with the 12 volume of plants by Lovework, you can render photorealistic landscapes. We've also continued our collaboration with Fuchs and Vogel to make a diverse set of roofing materials to cap off your exterior architectural visualizations. Maxon Studio, our new template engine for After Effects, was released in June and harnesses the power of over 130 red giant tools you can use to create amazing videos. Whether you're crafting stunning effects, intricate animations, or captivating motion graphics, Maxon Studio empowers you to enhance your videos with a straightforward dashboard that makes the process quick and easy. Need a quick transition effect or lower third? Launch the Studio dashboard and give it a try. We're thrilled to announce a game-changing update to our template engine that will revolutionize the way you customize and manage your designs in Studio. Now you can save your adjustments as reusable presets. Streamline your workflow by quickly applying your favorite customizations to new projects with a single click. Experiment with different styles. and layouts without the fear of losing your favorite designs. Share your presets with your team to ensure a unified brand identity. Experience the freedom and flexibility of the Save as Preset feature. Update your plugin to the latest version and start creating with confidence and ease. Cinema 4D 2025 lets you elevate your motion graphics and VFX to new heights with unprecedented control and realism with advanced simulations featuring improvements in pyro, rigid body dynamics, particle modifiers, and MoGraph tools. We've added a number of improvements for particle modifiers. The new follow spline modifier makes it easy to create motion graphic effects with particles flowing along a spline. The spin modifier has been redesigned. We've added align to surface. The math modifier now includes variants, and look, spin, and turn have more artist-friendly controls. Support for MoGraph weights and force objects allows you to quickly dial in rigid body simulations, while the new sparse volume and sparse surface emission types, based on nano VDB technology, allow for faster and larger pyro simulations. Also, improved parameter options in pyro are sure to light the fuse of your creativity. We've also added a bunch of new pyro presets to the asset browser to kickstart your next project. The new field driver tag adds unparalleled flexibility, allowing you to control object parameters with fields. Optimize your scene performance with the Object Profiling Manager, ensuring your projects run smoothly and efficiently. Cinema 4D 2025 offers continuing improvements with updates to color management and render space settings. The Color Chooser offers a streamlined workflow that makes it easier than ever to choose the right color in the right color space. Colors are also now automatically converted to the proper space when you import presets or copy and paste between multiple projects. New import and export settings for color spaces ensure consistent color accuracy across all formats and assets. New file name tokens allow you to easily tag renders with the display and render color space, so you're sure the right settings get applied when moving to compositing. Achieve exceptional color precision and consistency with the enhanced OCIO workflows. And just in case you missed it, Cinema 4D's June release includes scene nodes enhancements that provide more options to create procedural geometry. The points modifier node, for example, greatly simplifies the process to create custom deformers and remap data attached to points. The set point value node and noise modifier make it easier to deform existing geometry. The outline spline node enables procedural spline outlines, allowing for stacked and nested shapes from a single input. Support for spring connections and motors were added to rigid body simulations, along with easier options for creating connectors between objects. Cinema 4D 2025 also enhances its extensive import and export capabilities to ensure a smoother, more integrated workflow. Instances are now supported in USD import and export, while full skeletal animation can now be exported in USD. FBX import and export now include improved support for units and scaling. Cineware is our bridge for seamless integration of Cinema 4D into other host applications like Adobe After Effects and Unreal. And now, Cineware 2025 offers even more extensive integration and includes a number of performance improvements under the hood.
Check out these rims. Let's go, team.